Hello. Let's just see if the sound is working. Good morning if you live in the States. Good afternoon if you live elsewhere. Hello, hello. Hello and welcome. Okay. Hello. Yeah, okay, I can hear myself. Happy Saturday, peoples. Good morning if you're in the States. Thanks, Maddie M. How are you? Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Hey, Megan Marie, welcome. Where are you guys listening from? I always like to hear where people are listening from. It's so fun to see that. Hopefully you guys are having a good morning, Megan Marie, and a good day wherever you are, Miss Maddie. Oh, good, good. I'm glad to see you're good. Welcome if you're just joining. Okay. Hey, Ellen, good morning. Hey, girl in a food frenzy, Alice, Sydney. Oh, that's right. I forget that you're in Australia. And Bornholm, Denmark. Good afternoon, then, Miss Maddie. Alice, what time of day is it there in Sydney? Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is in the house. Awesome. Hello, Kieran from New Zealand. It's so nice to connect with you. Thanks for joining, guys. I'm so glad you guys are here. Awesome. Okay. It's 12 a.m. Wow. Okay. Amazing. Well, if you would like to get a reading, then the list is open. And oh, good. I was hoping that this time would work for more of my overseas people. Because normally I'm on in the afternoon, and that's the complete middle of the night for you guys, or it's like 4 or 5 a.m. And that doesn't always work for you guys either. But if you want to get on the list and grab a reading, you definitely can. That's how it's done. I just pasted the details for you. Karen says, I just randomly woke up and saw this in my email. It's 2 a.m. Wow. That's late. Oh my goodness. I can't believe you guys would come hang out with me when it's like that late where you live. But I'm happy to hang out with you. Thanks for joining and thanks for saying hi. Hey, Alex, welcome from New Hampshire. Amazing. All right. So yeah, it's been an interesting stretch of time, hasn't it, guys? For some, it's been filled with breakthroughs. For others, it's been filled with breakdowns that are ultimately going to lead to a breakthrough. It's been a wild period of time for people. The eclipses were heavy hitters and life changers for a lot of people. And we've also had some significant and unusual both spikes in the Schumann resonance, the pulse or frequency that comes from the earth, and an unusual amount of solar flares that some people have reported significant sensitivity to. In the first, I would say, like in the last 90 days, 6 months, there's been a very unusual amount of solar flares. So, in a very condensed period of time with very high amplitude. So, things are heating up. It's getting crazy and fun out here. Change can be a lot of fun when we're willing to embrace it. Okay, Alan, awesome. Let's just check the payment apps. Make sure I've got it. Amazing. Yeah. Okay. Madeline, thank you. And Melinda. So we'll do Alan and then we'll do Melinda in that order. Thanks, guys. Go ahead and tell me what your question, well, not your question first. I need your birth details first. All right, Alan, let's have those details again. Maddie, I did get it. Thank you. All right, and let me share screen while we create Alan's chart. Very good. Great to have you guys here. Welcome, Flower. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. So good to see you. Can we do a chart? Yep. Go ahead, Alan. Whatever you want me to read, whatever question you have, as long as I can answer it, I will answer it for you, sweetheart. I don't need their name or anything. Just give me the information and the question. Let me get my timer together too, because I can already tell this is going to be one of those days where if I'm not careful about time, everyone's getting a 30-minute reading, and that's not productive for any of us. Okay. All right, girl in a food frenzy. All good. Whenever you're welcome. Whenever you're ready. I have somebody else who just joined as well. Let's add this person to the list. It's funny because I had to reset my password today too when I logged in. Okay, it was Alex. Got it, Alex. Totally got it. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Display, lock, never. Okay, that way I'll be able to see everything as it comes. Cool. All right, Miss Alex, Long Beach, California. Alan, sorry. California, Long Beach. And we are talking about a Taurus. Well, happy belated birthday to all the Taurian people out here. It's really sweet. I remember once, ages ago, I met a guy who was a Taurus whose mother named him Taurian. And I thought that was really funny. Not funny, haha, but funny. What do you know, lady? What do you know? All right, let's share the chart and let's see Alan's question. Actually, let me just share the screen. Okay, I've been having, hey Kylie, so great to see you. Confirming I have you, Alex. I've been having recurring dreams of us connecting and healing and being intimate and sweet. I'm not sure why I have these dreams. My question is this a person thinking of me too, or what? Oh, okay. So I wouldn't be able to answer that without your chart sitting here so I could see how your energy sits in the area of their mind or the ruler of their mind, etc. So I would need, I don't even know like if it's just dreaming that it's worth it to do a full private reading. But what I can say, Alan, about this person, I don't know if they're thinking of you or not, but just in terms of the way they're set up, this person is extremely intuitive, with Moon here in the 12th house. And Venus in the 12th, and Chiron in the 12th, and Lilith in the 12th, and Cheroklo in the 12th. This person's a very intuitive being. That 12th house does govern dreams, it does govern sleep. But this person, what I'm suspecting, given that all of these energies are sitting just behind their sun, what do they have going on in Virgo? Creation goddess. Yeah. Here's what I'm suspecting, Alan, based on just this person's chart alone. This person's a part of your soul group. In your soul group, one of the roles we all have for one another is to support each other, heal each other, lift each other up. If we're struggling, if one gets hit, all mitigate the force of it. So my suspicion, just based on what I'm seeing about how this person is configured, is that they have just a little bit more healer energy available than maybe some of the other members of your soul group, because this is a high amount of healer energy for this person, for any person. And so my suspicion is that, this is just a member of your soul group who may be vibrationally or energetically lending some support in a time of need for you. And this is only amplified for this person at this time because of the fact that we have Jupiter entering their sign. It's entering the sign of Aries now. And because Jupiter expands everything Jupiter touches, it's now about to roll over all of this person's hyper-intuitive energy, expanding their reach, expanding their perceptive abilities, etc. So depending upon what your chart looks like if you have significant placements in Aries, then I'd say there's connecting energy there. If you have significant placements in Virgo or Libra, you'd have significant connecting energies to a person like this, who's a healer as a part of your soul group. Oh, let me go ahead and show it again. Sorry, kids. I thought on my end, it says it's sharing the screen. But let's go ahead and try it again. Hopefully you can see it now. But yeah, so all of this 12th house energy sits in the land of their intuition. Jupiter is now rolling over that energy. In the sign of the healer, we have the creation goddess in the house of creativity and manifestation and effort. So yeah, I'd say this is probably just a member of a soul group giving you some vibrational and energetic support in a way that's, and let me say this loudly for the people in the back, that is likely unconscious to them, that is likely unknown to them, that likely isn't unique to you or personal to you, just them lending support, especially if there's been no contact, no communication between you and this person for years, or not at all. You kind of know them through the acquaintanceship circle, but not personally. So that's what this looks like to me. Is that they're very psychic for sure. I definitely see that, but without really seeing their chart and hearing your chart alongside theirs and hearing the entirety of the circumstance, it would be difficult for me to say, yes, this person is definitively thinking of you too, and there's a connection and blah, 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 and this is how it can work, blah, blah, blah. I can't say all of that without doing a full synastry reading, Alan. So hopefully you're able to receive the healing that this person is providing and sharing with you at this time. Sounds like for you, this healing has something to do with maybe your 8th house, sexual energy, alchemical energy, the capacity to let someone new in, given everything you've been through and experienced. This person could certainly be one who is helping you from a vibrational standpoint to take that next step in your life. Okay. Awesome, Alan. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. Madeline, it is your turn. So if you could paste the birth details first, so I can get it ready while you paste the question. After Madeline, we have Alex. And then let me just check and see what happened with the list while I was reading for Alan. Because I did see some payments come in, but I wasn't able to respond right away. Okay. Cool. So after Alex, we have Karina. And then we have my vibe and shine. Hello, lady. Great to see you here. So Karina came in with the tarot plus astro. Vibe and shine came in with astro. Cool. All right. I definitely have healers like that, Alan, in my soul group, just so you're aware. There's at least one person who shows up when I'm like deeply in need of certain healing, who's I've known since second grade. But whenever I really need like some healing and some support, we don't talk. I mean, we've reconnected maybe in the last 5 years, but only once or twice because he teaches a yoga class that, you know, was in another state that I would visit and all of that. But I don't see him anymore. So we don't talk. It's not like that, but he's certainly a healer in my soul group. Absolutely. So, you know, those dreams are always quite welcome because I know from a vibration and frequency standpoint, I'm entering a new kind of reality in certain ways. Like I'm entering a next step and I just needed a little bit of healing to be able to move into it. So he's a bit of a gift in that way to me. And I can see it in his chart. I mean, even when I know what he does for a living, like he's a yoga teacher, he's a chiropractor, physical therapist, all this stuff. Like he's already a healer in his waking life as well. And so that's how my guides kind of presented it to me. They were like, he's just doing his work. He's not here for you. Okay, thank you for the work then, sir. I appreciate the adjustment. All right, Miss Maddie. So hopefully that helps kind of illuminate some of what you may be experiencing there, Alan. Okay. Hello, La Pintica. Great to have you. Maddie asks, let me get the timer again. What is going on with my mission this year? I'm on early retirement, but I'm trying to do social media to spread awareness about chronic illness, etc., but it's sluggish and internal guidance is quiet. How does your, Maddie, I'm curious, what's your perception of what your internal guidance is? Like, how do you receive it? So for example, I've got a friend who receives her internal guidance when she's journaling, but it comes through her writing. I've got another friend who gets her internal guidance when she's running. So she has to be working out in order for the ideas to flow or the genie to pop in and whisper what they're delivering on their projects. How does yours show up? Is it dream state? Is it because I'm looking at some things here and I'm curious what your experience is. In terms of mission stuff, I'm seeing you just generally in a period of time that's affiliated with education and learning and laying foundation more than anything. This is a period of time that's really talking about getting your ducks in a row in terms of, in the world of things that there are to know, there's the known, there's the unknown, and then there is the unknown, the things we don't know that we don't know. And so this is a period of time where astrologically, it looks like you're being invited to close the gap just between the known and the unknown. Specifically in the world of marketing and sales. This is our marketing and PR axis here, the Gemini. Sag for you, the 3-9, and we have active activation in this house with Uranus crossing into it, asking you to pay more attention to how you're educating yourself, what information you're giving yourself so that you're able to really facilitate your work. And that's that 3-9 again. Thanks, Mercury retrograde. I can see this live is going to be a lot of effing fun. Okay, so here's Uranus just entering that house, asking you to step up and step in to what it is that you're educating yourself about. And then the other thing that I'm seeing here is there's significant activation with Saturn. Again, we're now back to talking about the way Saturn and Uranus squared each other last year from these same houses. So continuation of the lesson. Fifth house is creativity. This, and it's sitting on top of your Mercury. This is asking you to just be a bit more disciplined about execution instead of like wanting to go with ideas. And this brings me to the how do you see your guidance question. With the Virgo 12th house, which is where we get our intuition from, the sign on the house tells us specifically what kind of intuition we're getting, or how it's showing up. What Virgo gets a lot of information, a lot of messages, a lot of clarity, a lot of it flows in like a fire hose. Virgo has to actually turn it down. And the ruler of Virgo, Mercury, sits in the sign of Aquarius. And Aquarius in that creativity house. Here's the thing, Maddie. I got to say what I'm seeing here. My suspicion, based on what I'm seeing here, you've gotten guidance. You have not acted upon it in the way that you need to warrant new further guidance. Because your chart is telling me that there's too much information flowing through, and the information that you've gotten needs to be executed on to unclog the pipes so that you can get more. So downloads in terms of words, it comes when I'm just relaxed, dream straight, or just quiet. And this tells me that you're not relaxed. You haven't been able to get into that lucid kind of state. It's been difficult to get quiet, that there's some level of anxiety that's also blocking the flow. And when I see Virgo on the 12th house of intuition, the major anxiety that a person with a Virgo 12th is having is I'm not doing enough. The major shadow energy for Virgo is like spinning their wheels, focusing on details and never getting ahead because they're not seeing the big picture. And what I'm seeing in your chart is that somewhere along the way, you've been shown the big picture. You know what you need to do. You just haven't done it yet. And until you started to get some of this out of the drain pipes, so to speak, like the universe is actually being benevolent and not sending you more. It's being kind and allowing you to digest what's on your plate now. And like I said, starting from last year, there is a significant amount of, hey, you really need to learn some things around marketing and sales. You need to learn some things about social media. You need to learn some things about how to get yourself visible and out there. You need to learn the business of your craft, as well as you now know your craft. So there's a bit of that. Yeah, there's too much for me to execute on time. Okay, so find your way to organizing it. Organization is intuitive for you. There won't be more of that fun, juicy, like downloads kind of guidance until you've executed in the third dimension on everything you've been given in the fifth, which I know, given your chart, you're productive. You can do it. I didn't see any issues there. Okay, Alex, it's your turn, babe. If you would be willing to paste those details, and then I will read for you. I'm going to try sharing chart again, people. Let's see what Zoom's going to do for us. Hopefully that resonated for you. But if you want to dig deeper into that, we can look at the other pieces of your chart. We can also talk about how your business is meant to be marketed in a private reading, what type of marketing is going to work best for your nature, etc. Thanks for being ready, Karina. I love it. I'm going to call on you next. I saw that. All right. So Alex, Karina, and then Vibe and Shine in that order. The list is open. So if you would like to get on it, you definitely can. Cool. And I saw someone say earlier, hey, I might want to get a second reading today. I don't remember who wrote that, but you definitely can if you want to get a second question. That's totally cool. Jump on it. Okay. Okay, you want to go for the next. Okay. Then just paste the birth details when I come to you after Karina. Karina, I'm going to do you, and then we'll come back to Alex. We'll just reverse the order there. So if you could go ahead and paste Karina, we'll dive right in. Maddie M says, thank you. It makes sense. Okay, cool. Yeah. It's it's nice that the universe is so kind to us in that way. Like, hey, you don't have to. It's okay. We're not going to inundate you with any more. We'll let you clean off your plate before we give you more. Okay. The Vibe and Shine, that was me with the second cue. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, you definitely can. Okay, and I definitely see your second question came in right after your first. Okay, so you're in line twice. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Karina, are you still here? You want to paste your question? Cool. I got it, Vibe and Shine. You're on the list the second time. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we are waiting for Alex or Karina to be ready. And then after these two, then we'll have Vibe and Shine. If you're just watching, welcome from wherever you are in the world. I'm super curious where you're checking in with us today, where you're joining us from today. Would love to know. We've got Denmark in the house, New Hampshire's in the house, I think Pennsylvania's in the house today. So lots of great people. Sydney's in the house, New Zealand's in the house. It's been a beautiful check-in. So wherever you're from, I'd love to know. Let's go ahead and read for Karina. We're dealing with, oh, Karina, you must be new, lovey. Got it. I don't need all of that information. In a one question, one chart mini reading, I can read one person's chart, and I need birth time if you have it, and location, which you've given me. And then I need just the one question that you have. Okay. So I'll give you a minute to kind of figure out which chart, which person, and which question you want to ask me and reconfigure that. Hey, Caitlyn, welcome from New York. Welcome from Indiana. Welcome from Brazil, Katya. I love it. So good to see you guys. Welcome to you guys. And yeah, sometimes one of my favorite thoughts about all of this is that we have a real opportunity to be like a little light grid, a little light net as we connect heart to heart all over the globe. So I love seeing that. Karina's question is, are we dealing with some past traumas and abuse cycles? And he was looking for me to save him, but I can't, I don't think. And I'm just wondering how union looks for us in the year. Okay. So Karina, that's 2 questions. How union looks for you and, kind of what's going on in the connection. If I wanted to look at, are you both dealing with some sort of abuse cycle? Then I would need to look at both charts. And I can only do that in a reading that's just you and me. And you can book one of those on my website. Hey, Lewis from Oklahoma, welcome. So if you want to book something richer and deeper to also talk about substances and all of that, we can do that. But these are kind of questions for more of a one-on-one session together. I can talk to you about what your lesson is in this, Karina, and what you're supposed to be working on at this time. If you want to be in the most empowered place with what sounds like really challenging circumstances. And if you want me to do that, then just provide your birth details, date, location, and time, and we can get into it. Kylie, thank you again for being such an awesome moderator. I really, really love that you're here. Because it just, I don't know, you just have a nice vibe supporting the life force here in the chat. I appreciate that, babes. Really do. Okay, Karina, I see. I'll give you a chance to catch up in the chat and hear what I just said. And then let me know your final decision about what question and which chart you'd like me to pull. Alex, hopefully this is giving you plenty of time to get ready because I'm going to take you right after Karina. Okay. Perfect. I love it. And then Vibe and Shine will take you right after that. Okay. So you can go ahead and get ready, Vibe and Shine. Big hearts for Kylie Flower. Totally. Hearts for Kylie for sure. And while Karina makes her final decision, I'm just going to go plug in a little lamp. My room needs just a tad more light than what it's got. Be right back, people. Karina, let me know your final decision. Hey, Katie, welcome. Okay, let's see what Karina has to say. More so would like you to look at his chart. Okay, that's fine. And so let me just scroll back up here. So this doesn't take too much longer. Okay. Ontario. Okay. Canada. Owen Sound, Canada. Fine. November 23rd, 1978. No birth time. Got it. All righty. And just so we can cheat Mercury retrograde's pattern here, let's go ahead and try and reshare again immediately. New share it all. Please and thank you. You should be able to see the chart. Let me know if you don't. Okay, so you just want to understand, it sounds like his healing process. Got it. Okay, so I already see the problem here in his natal chart. This is extraordinarily common for people who have a configuration that involves Neptune and Mercury sitting together. And when Neptune and Mercury sit together in it alongside either moon or sun, and sun is in the same sign, same house. And unfortunately, Mars has also gotten into this mix as well. It's the Mercury Neptune that lays the foundation for wanting to experience, for dissociative experiences, is the best way I can put it. Something that isn't just the purest form of your consciousness without any intervention. Dissociative experiences can include drugs and substances, but they are not only drugs and substances. There's plenty of things that we do to dissociate, to check out. And so when Neptune and Mercury sit together, there can be a proclivity to that. There are a lot of people who are spiritual leaders. Like I believe if you look at the charts of like Martin Luther King, I believe Gandhi once I looked at, or was it Nelson Mandela? Like these people have had beautiful energy of Mercury, Neptune sitting together, but they used it in a different way. They used it to connect them to something, a vision and a picture of where we could go and who we could be that was beyond what they were currently living through. And so what you're experiencing is this person utilizing this energy in the shadow. Can they use it in the light? Absolutely. Will they? That's a matter of free will. Now, I saw that there were a couple of really significant energies a few years ago that would have had this person get sort of like an intervention from life, series of eclipses last year and the preceding year on the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle in 2020, 2021. That would have really facilitated a few hard knocks, some of those eclipses hitting all of that Sagittarius energy. Okay. So what I'm going to say is let me just take a look at the transits of now, see what the current lessons are. He gets free will. He does not get overridden. He's not a puppet to the universe. None of us are. So no one's going to force him into his lesson. But what I see here is that there's been a lot of hard knocks in the last 2 years. Dang. What I am seeing is there is an opportunity to kind of get it correct with Uranus opposite his Uranus at this time on his house of mental health, the sign just before his sun, and physical health, this sixth sign from his sun. Is the opportunity there? Yes. Is the invitation there? Are there healers around? Are there people extending the olive branch at this time? Sometimes people aren't. At this time, yes, there are those peoples, there are those off ramps from a self-destructive cycle. Will he take it? That I can't say. That's not shown to me. Off ramps will come and go from these self-destructive cycles at different points in his life. That's the destiny that he gets the opportunity to. But so many people, they put their opportunities in the toilet. They mistake their opportunity with an obstacle. So when we're doing that, we're only asking for bigger intervention. You know, the universe will send that letter first. And if we don't respond to the mail, the universe will come knock on the door. And if we don't let it in, the universe will break a window and climb in. And if we don't pay attention then we get a nice tap on the shoulder. And after that, it's the 2x4 over the head. Like signs are there for the easy route all along the path. I don't see that your person has the kind of personality that stops them from taking the exit when it appears. I do see that with so much mutable energy in your person's chart, they do unfortunately have a bit of an ability to lie to themselves. And that's some of how they're utilizing this energy here, is instead of using it in a visionary way, they're using it in such a way that stops them from being able to, they're using it in the shadow to deceive themselves. And visions are deceptions too, right? what we have a vision for doesn't exist. All a deception is believing in something that doesn't exist. It's just, do you have an inner checkpoint around this? And I just see with Saturn conjunct his moon, he is a bit of a slow learner. There's nothing wrong with that. There are people who are like that. But it's, I don't know if I see he got exit points all like 2020, several huge wake up calls, Karina, between 2020 and 2021 because of the way the eclipses hit where this addiction sits in his chart. Hopefully he's pretty close at this time to finally taking one of these exit points. I would hope so for his sake and for yours. So in the meantime, Karina, my question for you is, what are you going to do to take care of yourself in this? Because there have been warning signs. I know you've seen them. What are you going to do to take care of you in this? Because this isn't a sustainable way for you to live, being so enmeshed, with your Friday paycheck, you're up on a Saturday morning trying to understand, because you wouldn't be here if it wasn't having significant impact on you. You wouldn't be asking this question today. This wouldn't be the most important thing if you weren't deeply in it with this person. So he can't take care of himself. So my question for you is, how are you going to take care of you in this? This process to change has come with the way he's choosing to engage his process for change, Karina, is it's costing you, literally and metaphorically. So let me pull your cards, and Alex, you're going to be next, baby cakes. Give me a second, Vibe and Shine. Let me do Alex, and then I'm going to come back to your questions. Okay, sweetheart? Karina and Alex decided to trade places at the last minute. Okay, we have Page of Pentacles for your first card. That is like 15 cards. Let's bring it down to 3. What's going to help her most in terms of dealing with her person's substance issues at this point? Okay, that clarified the question. Okay. So Karina, this is talking a lot about, we've got Page of Pentacles upright. Okay, followed by, in the last 2 cards, it's a 3-card pull, but the last 2 cards came out with their own clarifier simultaneously. So whenever I see the Page of Pentacles and someone is in a love reading, I always know that the person, like when we're asking about, what do I need to know about that person, or how they're thinking about me, or their approach to me and the connection, Page of Pentacles signifies to me that this person in the 3rd dimension, Pentacles, can offer you what's at the level of friendship at this time. The 6 of Swords and the 2 of Wands is letting me know that some kind of way in here, 6 of Swords upright, 2 of Wands reversed, that some kind of decision has been made, that, as I'm looking at this, in your person's mindset, the summary and the headline of this particular reading, these 3 cards, is telling me this person's made a decision that for your benefit, they actually need to go away because the way they're behaving has caused a lot of problems. We've got Page of Pentacles upright. Only thing I can offer is friendship. 6 of Swords upright, 2 of Wands reversed. The decision has been made to move away. The Magician upright, Queen of Wands reversed. There's cognition that my behavior and what I'm manifesting, the Magician, is causing you problems, Queen of Wands reversed. It's putting you in your shadow energy. So, if this person has had this level of awareness to be like, for your benefit, I can't be near you right now. Girl, like this isn't, I mean, I saw it in their chart. This person is smart. They have the ability, but our addictions can't really get the best of us until we get help. So based on that spread there, it sounds like you're being asked to honor that this is going to be this whatever separation is happening at this time. It's not the end of the story, because Six of Swords, even though it's a moving away, it's not the end of the journey there. It's in the middle of the journey from 1 to 9, and that there will be more to come, but at this time we're flatlining at friendship is how this is looking. I'm trying to go into self more. I think I'm looking to lay it somewhere safe. Okay, I understand, Karina. In your own hands is the safe place to lay that heart. So I'm wishing you the best with this, beloved. This, like I said, it sounds like you're doing your best to understand a tough situation and to get stability back inside of yourself. But when I see that Magician upright and Queen of Wands reversed, Alex, please go ahead and paste your question. When I see that particular combination, this is someone who is conscious that their behavior is having negative impact on you, number one. And number two, there's also been conscious effort that's that Magician upright, manipulation, conscious effort at utilizing that Queen of Wands, creative power, creative life force energy to take, not to, facilitate. And there's conscious awareness of this. Like I said, the magician is not the moon. The magician is aware of what he's doing on that table with them tools on that card. So if he has stepped away or you have stepped away for your own safety, allow it. It's what was meant to happen through this eclipse cycle. Okay. Thank you, Flower. Yes, Bettina, you can totally sign up. Alex, let me get to your chart. You'll have to let me know how some of that resonates for you. It's a rich, complex question, and to really support you, it would be best if we could talk in like a private session, have the full 30 minutes so I could hear the full context of the story. But yeah, that's how it read to me. 10, 31, 1971, 2:09 p.m. Okay. All right. So hopefully that helped a bit, Karina. That's beautiful. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, sweetheart. I don't have your birth details right, Alex. I need you to give me the location, please. Okay. Alex, finishing second year of healing school. Mission is on its way. Woohoo! Talk to me about love, girlfriend. I would love to talk to you about love. Just tell me your birth location and I am on it. Ooh, yummy energy. And you got the 3-card tarot, so I'm excited to pull that for you. I actually want to go get my Light Seer tarot. I forgot that I didn't include that. Hopefully that provided you, your higher self, some validation and some backup, because I'm just getting the sense, Karina, that this situation has gotten to you in such a way that sometimes it's harder to let your higher self really show you the path. And that's very common when people are dealing with someone who has an addiction, is to find yourself in a place where it gets so intense. It's difficult to hear our higher selves. So it does look like, though, the decision has been made to get yourselves from a safe distance from one another. So my strong recommendation would just be to lean into this separation is happening for my safety. This is for my higher good. that everything is going exactly the way it should here in order for us to be able to get to a place to get to a healthier place. If you can affirm those kinds of things to yourself, this is going to make it a smoother journey. You're welcome, Karina. Yes, BV, there is. I'm going to grab my light seers tarot so I can do some love stuff. 1 second. Okay. Sounds good, Karina. We can definitely talk more later. Let's get these cards back in the deck. All right, Light Seer Tarot is ready. Katie, I got that you want to do the 3-card tarot on top of it, Katie. So thanks for adding. And all right, Mr. Torres, love. I love, love, love. Okay. Here we go. All right, so when it comes to love, let's see the transits. Your 7th house is ruled by both the planet Mercury. Wow, I love this. Mercury and the moon. Oh, okay. So whatever the last season was in love, it's coming to a close. And my suspicion is that it may have been just like a little bit dry, a little bit lesson heavy, lesson filled. It may have been a little bit lonely, it could have been even been a little bit lonely. I got news for you, Alex. That season's coming to a close, babe. Like you are about to enter a whole new season, like 180 degrees in a new direction when it comes to love. And what's doing it for you are the eclipses. The eclipses are bringing that together for you. This eclipse cycle with in Taurus and in Scorpio, this sun is getting hit, Mercury's getting hit, Venus is getting hit this year, next year. And what this is doing on the axis of mind and communication, PR and marketing, is it's giving you this way of being open in a new way, reaching your full potential. That's 9th house. Second chances. 9th house is the house of second marriage. You opening up, you communicating in a brand new way, so that people can see and actually connect with you in a brand new way. And the way this is all opening and alongside and giving you this opportunity for a brand new chapter in your 7th house of committed partnership, especially because that Mercury gets hit several times significantly in the recent eclipse cycle. It'll get hit again twice in the eclipse part 2 in November and October. And as the ruler of your 7th house of committed partnership in that house of potential and second marriage, hun, I just see you're going to quantum leap into a very new season in your love life. And I am thrilled for that for you, babe. This is fabulous news to be able to see for you. I also really like seeing here that you've got Jupiter hitting through that 2nd house. It's about to sit right on top of your moon, retrograde on it this year and go past it. 2nd house is self-worth, self-esteem. This is really facilitating for you, especially because you've had Chiron in your 2nd house your whole life, self-doubt, feeling a bit not good enough, feeling like almost with Chiron conjunct your moon, an emotional emptiness in your soul, like in your solar plexus. I see that for you, Jupiter is going to start to bring a healing to all of this. and really lay a new foundation from which you're able to build a positive love life going forward. So it's a new day, new season, new chapter, lover. I'm excited for this for you. It looks like really beautiful next steps. Now, the one thing I should say is during this time, good afternoon, Crystal. The party has entered the chat. It's going to seem a bit like, as I'm looking at this, like nothing's happening, Alex. But what I want to tell you is that you've entered into a time period where you may have been doing all the right steps before and getting no results. It's because there were lessons in that for you. Same steps, new results. So if you have been putting yourself out there in online dating or trying to connect, and it is, it just hasn't been going anywhere with maybe your counterpart there. You told me he's been circling. This is telling me that the same, like all of a sudden, it just starts to feel like, wow, things are different. I don't know why, but they just are. And that's okay. That's okay. So let's tell Alex about her love life. What additional details can you give Alex about her love life at this time, please? 3 cards for Alex. What are the details about her love life that she needs? Okay. Part 1 came out with its own clarifier. Okay. Interesting. It's an interesting message. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Let me get message number 2 for Alex, please. Thank you. Oh, well, that just validates message number 1. Okay. All kinds of interesting information here. Wow. Okay. Okay, Alex, so Temperance Reversed came out with its own clarifier, the 7 of Wands upright. Temperance is the 14. 7 of Wands is obviously a 7 card. This combination is telling me that you've spent too long internal, that you've gone so internal, you've done so much time on your own, you've looked within for so long that it's actually created a bit of imbalance between your spiritual world and your material world. And this is, if I'm asking, what do you need to know about your love life? This is telling me that this has been a blockage. This is why there's things aren't manifesting in your love life, because you're not doing enough externally. And this is only confirmed and corroborated by the 8 of Swords reversed from the Light Seer Tarot deck. This is a person who perceives blockage that isn't actually there. If you look in this deck, this particular card shows a woman looking in the mirror, and in the mirror, she's bound. But you see her, she's not bound at all. She's completely free. So that's an interesting energy as well, that there's been a sense of holding oneself back, perhaps some limiting beliefs that you've been working on, but this is telling me you've worked long enough. And the final confirmation of this is the 7 of Pentacles reversed. That 7 of Pentacles always talks about taking a minute to take stock, take a beat, take a pause, take a breath, have a look, assess, focus on the roots, not the fruits. Because this is reversed in a conversation that started in the way that it started, this is telling me it's time for you to put yourself out there more, Alex, when it comes to love. This is telling me that you've done enough of the internal work. You've gotten to the root of your core issues. You've healed them. You've looked at your shadow and your shame. You've dealt with it. You've had some looks at those limiting beliefs, and girl, you're done. The cake is done. Take it out before it burns. That's what that's telling me. Started performing healings on people. Very good. Hermit Queen, cut it out. That's what that message was. What else did you say here? Let me see. Just started getting myself out there. Keep going. And I feel that. Okay, very good. Yeah, school really showed all the wounds. Yeah, Very good. All right. So Alex, those are the messages for you. It sounds like you understand like what needs to move here. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so it's Vibe and Shine next. Let me update the list and catch up on the chat. So Vibe and Shine, if you would be so kind as to paste your question and details. I'm going to take a look and update the list now. Okay. So, okay, Caitlyn, I have you on the list. Thank you for your patience here. Katie, I have that you added, right? And I have Katya. Okay. Katya, I have you for one astro and then one astro plus tarot. Okay. One astro and then one astro plus tarot for Katya. Oh, and then I have Bettina. Oh, okay, wait, Bettina, it looks like you paid for a reading and then you asked for a refund. Let me know if you don't want to do the reading, okay? Bettina, I'm unclear about what's going on there, but it looks like you paid for the reading and then requested a refund. So I won't add you if you don't want a reading. Okay. But if so, you would need to cancel the request for a refund if you do want a reading. All right, so let's do Vibe and Shine. Alex says, thank you. I'm going out on the dating train. Okay, very good. Very good. Let's just see real quick. Katie's living the dream. He's married. Wow, okay. Oh, wow. Oh, hun. The channeled information I'm getting about that situation is really painful. I'm sorry. Okay, Vibe and Shine. Hopefully you can find your way to some compassion and forgiveness for that desperation, and you just let him find his way to his lesson. You don't always have to be a part of people's lessons, which I know you know, but okay. Share screen. 4/6/79 and 8 p.m. Okay. 4/6/79, 8 p.m. Johannesburg. Okay, so here's the chart. Please confirm you can see the chart, Vibe and Shine, because we were having some problems with that when I would share screen earlier. Okay, I've been so deeply depressed the last two. Oh, wait, let me do this timer for the first question. Deeply depressed for the last 2 weeks. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see why that would have been so low. I am tired of showing up and not seeing any results. Uh-huh. Okay. So tired of doing life on my own. I feel like I've been treading water, wounded, trying to stay afloat, but now too tired to carry on, too tired, too wounded, more withdrawn than ever in everything that used to bring me joy. Okay. Got it. Yep. I'm seeing where that would be here in the chart. Okay. I've literally been binge watching TV to distract myself from my pain. Oh, Vibe and Shine. then crying in the middle of the night. Yeah. What insight do you have for me? Oh, Vibe and Shine. Um, yeah, wait till I ask you for the second cue because you see what's happening here in the chat, Vibe and Shine. Thank you. Big hugs to you, hon. I can deeply empathize. So, some of what's been going on for you, hon. Yeah, just see your natal again, real quick. Confirm you can see the chart for me, Vibe and Shine. Can you see it? You can see it. Okay, good. You're welcome. We'll clean it up in a minute, Katya. Sit tight. Let me do Vibe and Shine's reading. Okay, so what's going on here, Vibe and Shine, is you're getting the impact of having an abundance of water in your chart. This is what's going on. You have the fire water chart with an abundance of water. You've got the Cancer, Jupiter, you've got Uranus and the rising here in Scorpio. And then you've got this huge, huge stellium here in Pisces that includes your prenatal eclipse, your Venus. It includes your South Node. It includes Ceres, Pholus, Vesta, Mercury, and Mars. You have a lot of energy and water. And what's happened in the last, I'd say, month, it's amazing that you've only felt this way the last 2 weeks. But it's been this way for about maybe the last 6 weeks, is you've had Jupiter traversing on top of all of this energy there in your 5th house in Pisces. A lot of people, a lot of astrologers will talk to you and tell you Jupiter is it's the luck bringer. It brings so much fun and positivity and blah, blah, blah. And Jupiter is not actually that. Jupiter is just in its neutral energy. It just expands. It just brings opportunity to whatever it's touching. But with Venus conjunct South Node in Pisces and a huge Pisces stellium with all this other water, now you're already a normally deeply emotionally person, always in touch with your emotions, so much so that I'm betting you've had to actually learn at times that you can't feel your emotions in real times because it's just too much sometimes to feel them while being with other people. You have to put a delay between your feelings and being with people. Now, sometimes there are moments like when Jupiter hits water signs for people like you that will facilitate a breaking of the floodgates, that will facilitate a moment where there's like the water that's been held back and carefully managed can no longer be carefully managed. And this is what's happening as Jupiter has completed its role through Pisces for you, is that it has gotten into a place where anything emotionally that has been held in escrow, that's been on hold in terms of being fully looked at, fully accepted, fully dealt with, it would have come out during these last several weeks, couple of months, this whole year, really. Jupiter has been in Pisces from January until last week. So I say all of this to you to say you're really sensitive to collective energies on top of this. And the collective has been in a bit of a tailspin at this time because of, like I said, there's been some disturbances to Earth's energy. The scientists who measure what they call the Schumann resonance have noticed significant deep disruptions to the Schumann resonance in the last several weeks. There has been in the last 6 months, those for people who have noticed sensitivity to solar flare activity of the highest class of solar flares. We've had a high amount and a high amplitude of them in a very condensed period of time in the last 6 months of this year. Is a very unusual year vibrationally for people, just in the energy of the collective. And we've seen it. This whole thing with, Ukraine, do we mask? Do we not? Everyone in the States, lots of gun violence. Now we've got the monkeypox. Like, it has been non-stop for humanity. And you, Miss Psychic Sensitive, have been the most, like, you're at the brunt of feeling it the deepest. So all of that to say, hallelujah, the turning point has come. Jupiter has entered Aries. And because Jupiter has entered Aries for you, Vibe and Shine, you're going to start to see some relief. Mars is going to enter Aries by the end of this month, and you're going to start to finally feel like you're turning a corner on this energy. Finally, Jupiter's going to retrograde back into Pisces before we close out the year. I'm sorry to say, in the fall, so you'll revisit some of these themes. But here's my strong recommendation for you during these months, and you've got until, I would say, late fall, early winter. During these months when Jupiter is in Aries and all the other planetary activity have shifted out of Pisces, from a transiting perspective, you have the time now to finally build some habits, because I can see you haven't been able to lift yourself up out of your bed. Build some habits now. Just try a little something each day to rebuild yourself and make it habitual. So that when Jupiter hits Pisces one last time before we close out this year, you'll be in a place where you have healthy coping mechanisms it won't be the floodgates of the earlier part of the year. It'll just be a taste, a bit of a melancholy. Okay. But know that this was transitory. It wasn't it's not forever. It was meant to just bring up and purge through some of the things that had been emotionally held in escrow. Okay. All right, Vibe and Shine, baby. I'm sorry it's been so hard. I'm encouraging you to hang in there. Change has arrived, and you just need to allow yourself to move with the change each day, not hold on to the pain, because we can get really addicted to our pain. Go ahead and paste question 2, Vibe and Shine. We can get a little addicted to our pain, unfortunately, in a way that stops us from being able to move forward when it's time to move forward. Okay. And this is the time to move forward. So even if you can just take a walk, during the sunniest part of your day, just let your feet touch earth. That'll help as a starting point. Okay. Ooh, hang in there, honey. You have reached the turning point. Accidentally closed your chart before your second question. So, yeah, okay. So I'm going to show chart again while you paste your question. Hang in there, girl. And after I do Vibe and Shine, for those of you who have made payments, Vibe and Shine did pay for 2 questions back to back. So I'm going to read for her, and then I'm going to check the payment app so I can update and add you to the list. So just be patient with me, and thank you for that. Okay, so Vibe and Shine says, question 2, money doesn't feel stable enough for me to travel to Bali, where I hear it's socially juicy. When is money going to become more stable? Early next year. You're going to see some opportunities next year. Oh dear. Okay. Here's the other problem I see for you, though, is in your natal chart, your money, it's too tied up with some of your emotional states with Neptune, the ruler of Pisces, in your second house. And so some of this is going to require that you get to a place where you're done dealing with this emotional thing that you're dealing with, that you're going through right now. It's kind of, the 2022 depression. You got to come out of that so that you can kind of get your vibes back, which will happen as we close out the year and we move into next year. You're on an incline. The worst of what you would experience with a transit like this is in fact over. And now you're on the rebuild. I would say it looks like you could plan for Bali, given that I see you having the potential to make more money. because you're in a different space emotionally as Jupiter carries on through fire sign Aries and then makes harmonious aspect to the ruler of your second house, fire sign Sagittarius. Second house governs money. I would say Jupiter expanding what it touches, moving into the house of service, gives you the opportunities to serve more people in higher level ways so that you can make more money based on this transit occurring next year. So I would look for it next year. You know, we'll be in year 3 of the onset of the pandemic. And in year 3, we'll have even better solutions than we had in year 1 and year 2. And so I would give yourself, actually, we're in year 3 now almost. Yeah. We're entering into the closing, we're past year 2. So yeah, we'll have better solutions to deal with travel and whatnot. And in the meantime, I would work on really figuring out what kind of ways you can improve your service to make things good in your world. To sell things that you actually want to sell, not selling what you think you have to sell. If there's improvements you need to make to your coaching practice, to the packages you sell, what would be more fun than what you're doing. This season, Jupiter in Aries in the 5th house, this is the time to be able to do that. And this happens kind of like dominoes. Jupiter through the 5th house, I create new things. 5th house is creativity. Jupiter through the 6th house, I serve. Harmonious aspect to the 2nd house of earned income. Now I make more money. Then I get to travel. That's how it looks. 2nd house is also Sagittarius house. Like I said, 2nd house governs earned income. Sagittarius is a sign of long distance travel, but it all looks like it starts by getting your mojo back in the now time, which frankly sounds like a bit of a cliche, maybe some common sense, but from a timing perspective in your chart, that is what it said to do. All right, Vibe and Shine. Thank you for allowing me to read for you twice today. It was a pleasure and a treat as promised. I will check the payment apps to confirm some of our new guests on the list. And so I want you to listen for your name to confirm that you have made payment, okay? Confirm that I have you on the list. Go ahead, show me all the activities, please. Why aren't you showing me the activities? I don't want any of those stores. I want the activities. Let's try this again. Oh dear. Okay. Vibe and Shine, amazing. Thank you. Okay, got it. Really, I'm gonna have to log in online, not on my mobile device, since my mobile device is stunting right now. So just give me a second, and if I'm gonna add your name to the list, okay? Okay. Activity, please. Fine with your cookies. Stop asking me. Okay. Okay, I see what happened here. Okay, so the last person I have on the list is Katya. Okay, Katya, clarify for me what you want. It sounds like you want the Astro plus the Tarot. If that's all you want, then I will return the single Astro payment for you. Please confirm, Katya. Bettina canceled a payment and completed a payment. This is very confusing. Bettina, can you clarify if you would like to be refunded, if that's your intention here? Catherine Bond paid for 2. Okay. Catherine Bond. Catherine Bond. Okay, and then Caitlyn coming. Paid for Astro. Okay, got it. Let me just refresh the page, make sure I've missed no one. Katya, if you could clarify. Bettina, if you could clarify, that would be amazing. I thank you for that. Okay, so Katya, you would like to be refunded. Okay, so I will refund the Astro for you, because I believe I saw you say in the chat that you want to keep the Astro plus Tarot. Please clarify if I have that wrong. Bettina says, no refund, I am interested. Okay, so where does Bettina fall on the list? Bill from, okay, you sent a bill and then you sent a payment. Okay, got it. Okay, so Bettina is going to be after Katya. Katya's payment came in, then Bettina's payment came in, then Catherine Bond, then Caitlyn. All right, people. Katie D, it is your turn. Katie Donner, it's your turn. After Katie Donner, it's going to be Caitlyn, then Katya, or no, not Katya one time, and then Bettina. So go ahead, Katie D, and paste your question, your birth details and your question. I'm going to make a refund for Katya. Let me make sure Katya wants a refund. I think she said she did. Katya, yes, Astro plus Tarot. Okay, cool, Katya, no problem. Thank you for confirming. Issue refund. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, glad I could clarify and I caught that for you. I don't want to keep your money if it's not what you wanted. That's so you should, okay, it says refund completed. Perfect. Okay, so you should see a notification on your side about that. Okay, so Katie D, let's get into this. And let me get that timer together. Katie, I need a birthplace and time. Okay, you got it all. Brookhaven, New York. Let me share screen so I can put the chart together and you can have a look while I'm doing that. New York, Brookhaven. Okay, November 14, 1988, 8, that's not an 8, that's a 9, 8:17 a.m. Beautiful. Okay, can we look at what transpired during this full moon? Okay. Transit date 5/16. All right. I had an awakening moment this past week. What up, girl? Hey, happy twins. I love to see you. I love to see you. Like on my knees crying, what the fuck have I been doing moment the past 6 weeks. I have had these moments where I've realized these things that I have just not been aware of, but this past week was like the breaking point. Oh, Charlotte, you arrived at just the right time. This is for you. Just listen to this, Charlotte. Just hang out and I'll explain why there's something in this for you too. Okay, Katie. So some of what's been happening here, Katie, and the reason why is you have a 12th house sun in the sign of Scorpio. And what this eclipse cycle did is it opened your eyes to who you really are and exactly what's going on. And it's made you aware of some things that may have been in your 12th house blind spot. It was not necessarily the full moon, but the eclipse that's opened your eyes. It's the eclipse that's made you more self-aware. It's the eclipse that's bringing in, we can't do better until we know better. And this was an eclipse for you that was facilitating a know better for you. And so I'm sure it's been really hard to see some of the things you've seen from that 12th house Scorpio perspective. What you've been introduced to is your shadow. It's been who you are when you're afraid, who you are when you don't feel like you can trust your heart. You've been introduced to who you are when you don't trust other people or source or life or the universe. You've been introduced to, the parts of yourself that have been hard to heal because some of the tools haven't been there. And it's almost like this 8 of Swords energy where you're not actually trapped. You just have been telling yourself that. And so what the tears have been about have been because you are now realizing that you are in a self-created jail in a lot of ways. That 12th house deals with and talks about self-imprisonment. I don't know if you've ever seen, when you're done, I want you to go look. There's a music video from a woman named Sia, S-I-A. And there's a song that she did several years ago in 2018 called Elastic Heart. And she did a music video with this actor, Shia LaBeouf, but it's the visual representation of that video that and when you look at the two people in that video, I want you to understand that there's two parts of your soul. What just happened is that a part of your soul got the liberation that it needed to free the rest of yourself in this process. The insights, the realizations, the downloads that you've gotten, and it hasn't been just for you, Katie. Anyone with a late degree Scorpio sun would have been going through this the last 6 weeks. So in other words, it's the November born Scorpios in some significant ways. And to some degree, also the October born Scorpios as well, Scorpio suns, because this eclipse cycle has been facilitating a crisis point because it's been rolling over your south node. Or the south node has been rolling over your sun. And so it's been opening up basically a cosmic portal for you to vomit and shit out all your toxicity in so that you can walk into the next chapter clean, whole, complete, without any of the baggage from the last chapter. And so I say all of this to say that, what's been going on is a moment of your liberation, but there's also a bit of bittersweetness and grieving to it because there's a recognition, wow, I've been the one trapping me in this jail. And wow, bittersweet, I'm free, but damn, why did it have to take me so long? And so that awakening has been coming. It's been a long time coming. Scorpio, Taurus, the fixed signs, they're some of the slowest to change, but when they change, god damn, is it night and day and breakthrough. And this is what's been happening for you, Katie. All right, so that's what I got for you, beloved. Hang in there, let me pull your tarot for you. Would you like an oracle card or would you like a tarot card pull, Katie? Yes, I thought my ass was super aware. Yeah. This has been a wake-up moment for a lot of people who have those significant Scorpio Taurus placements. Feels just like grief. Yeah, it would feel like grief. It would feel like that. Surprise me. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I feel like you've been getting your ass kicked enough. Let me just find some tarot messages for you. I'm not going to take it to the light seer, I feel like it would just, it's too much light for where you're at. It would cause more dissociation. Like, have you ever been in a really low place and then happy people annoy you or people shine light on it and it just burns your eyes? So we're going to skip light seer tarot. The Lovers reversed. Okay, right. What does Katie need to know about the last 6 weeks? 7 of Swords, 10 of Swords reversed. Okay. Ooh, I like this for you. Okay, so this clearly wants to talk about the way your love life has been manifesting here in the 3rd dimension. And this is telling me Lovers reversed, 7 of Swords upright, 10 of Swords reversed, that you've specifically, Ace of Cups, bottom of the deck. Specifically, what you've gotten insight about is how some of your own behaviors and beliefs about love is what has been causing a lot of your pain and upset. Let me just channel in a little bit here. Hang on, I need to sit with this and differentiate some of the energies to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. Got it. Okay, there it is. Okay, you've been deceiving yourself about why your love life has manifested in the way that it has. And that deception is now becoming very clear to you. And what it's facilitating for you is 10 of Swords reversed. It's allowing you to finally escape one of the most painful cycles, love cycles you've been in your in the entirety of your life. It's giving you the opportunity for liberation. But it does come with confronting the shadow. Like this 7 of Swords in the Light Seers Tarot has this guy escaping underneath full moonlight. He's highly fucking visible. He can be seen very far, like near and far. He's not secret. He's not in the stealth. So this is telling me that your secrets that you've held from yourself are becoming illuminated for you in a way that you've not been able to see before. And it's hard to look at, but it's facing these things that's actually going to liberate you from a cycle that has been 10 of Swords. This is your moment of freedom, but it does come with paying attention to the truth. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups, just below that, 10 of Cups. I don't need to explain to you. You're on the right track. You just need to continue to let go. Continue to embrace the truth. All right, Katie, thank you so much for letting me read for you. Hang in there. This liberation is going to be really, really, really good for you. Hope that was helpful for you and for anyone who's got those significant Scorpio placements, beloveds. I know the vent has a lot of them, but she had to talk to her brother, so this message may not have been for her. Caitlyn, it is your turn, beloved. We're going to do your first question. Hey, MY, great to see you. You'll have to let me know, Katie, how this resonates for you. Okay, let me catch up here on what's going on in the chat. And let me catch up on any new payments that came through. All right, Caitlyn, where are you at, beloved? Okay, wow, thank you. Why did you mention Charlotte in the beginning? She knows a lot of people who have Scorpios, and we were talking about it recently. It's funny because there's always, and I think whenever you have eclipses hitting, your personal kind of planetary stuff, that does tend to be the time when you most reach out for help. So when we had a lot of Sag Gemini access information, there were a lot of people in my life who the eclipses last year. There's thanks so much, Charlotte. I had a lot of Sag Gemini people in my life who were reaching out looking for help. Friends, family members, because the eclipses hit you in a certain way that forces you to start to look for help, that forces you to start to figure yourself out. It forces you out of your comfort zone of, I can figure this out on my own. I don't need anyone. And so now in both of our practices, we're seeing a ton of like Scorpio people, Taurus people, fixed sign people start to show up. Aquarius people start to show up. Leo people start to show up looking for support. And there can be trends to this, patterns to this when you're a reader. There can be patterns to this when you serve the collective in this way. And those patterns, astrologically, I can see them. And so then I explain them when people ask me, like, what's up with this? Because there's a lot of this going on. And I look and I'm like, oh, it's the eclipses for these people. Okay, so Katie, that's you. I also can pretty clearly see. Okay, hang on. We're doing Caitlyn now. Thank you for being willing to share. Charlotte, I appreciate it. Hey, Charlotte, before you go, no, don't go. I have one question for you real quick, Charlotte, don't go. The recording that you're doing today for the twin energy class, will that be available for purchase on you or Made for Love's website for people who may have missed it? Like, where can they find that? Is that going to be available for immediate purchase or sometime at a later date? Do you need to talk to Made for Love and get back to us? Let us know so that I can let people know where to find that. Okay, because I think that's going to be very helpful for a lot of people. All right. So Caitlyn says, for those of you that didn't know, Made for Love and Charlotte did an extraordinary twin energy healing class. Not healing, but just how the twin energy works. Last week, they're running it again today. I don't know that people can still sign up. Maybe I would go check out Made for Love or Happy Twins 1111's website. But it's happening today, and it is a phenomenal class. Such a great class. So if you wanted to participate, you can check their websites. But if it's not, that's why I asked, is she going to make it available for us so that we can, where is she at? New York. So that we can listen if we weren't able to attend live. (7:15) 1987. 3:52 p.m. 7:15:87 3:52 New York. Okay, another water sign. Okay, with significant water energy. Here we go. All my water babies are in the house. I love it. Okay. So Hope Literati, after Caitlyn, I'm doing Katya, Bettina, Catherine Bond, and then a second question for Caitlyn in that order. The first question is for me, the second is for my counterpart. Okay, I got you. I got to take them in the order they came in, Caitlyn. So your second payment came in after several others. So I'll do that after I do those several others. I don't have a resistance to healing, and I'm very open to self-reflection. Sounds good, Caitlyn. I can also pretty clearly see what my mission is and my gifts and what I want to do. Very cool. But I just can't get out of my own way and actually start the work and get the work done. Got it. I know that's my masculine energy and it's reflected in my counterpart, who is also a woman, and I'm trying to stop self-sabotaging. Okay, I got you. What is the question? Caitlyn, what's the actual question here? I don't see a question. I got the situation, but I need you to tell me what you need me to answer to support you. Okay. I attended last week, Katie. I'll be here today. But I am excited to hear the recording. Oh, thank you, Mia. Appreciate you, baby. I've got you on the list. Got you on the list. Yes, the gang's all here, but the vent went to talk to her brother. Is Flower still here? Yeah, there she is. I see Miss Flower. Thanks for directing traffic earlier, Flower. I really appreciate that. Okay. And then Janelle, I have you on the list as well. Very cool. Why is it so hard for me to do the work? Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let me try again with my little timer. All right. Transits are saying. So this is the case of, I know what to do, but I'm just not doing it. Why? And I imagine this is in work. I think you said this is in the world of work. Work and business is what I imagine this is about. Hey, Sophia, welcome. Great to have you here. When I look at your chart for how, like how your motivation works and like what you're motivated to do, etc. Let me just see your natal chart again. Okay, yeah, you're heavy water. Heavy water. Okay, so some of what's going on, Caitlyn, from an astrological perspective is because you have so much water in your chart and you have been, there's just been stagnation. There's been too much energy moving through the water signs. It's almost like repeating the message I just gave to someone. There's been too much water going on, but it's like holding back. What's been happening is because there's been so much water. This has been in the last 6 weeks, like specifically a moment of needing to deal with issues pertaining to water that have yet to have been fully managed and dealt with. So emotions for you, it's the way your emotions and your intuition are tied up together. You have water on the intuitive, the hidden houses here, Scorpio on the 12th, Cancer on the 8th. And when you have all of this stuff coming up, it just looks like you may have been trying to move forward at a time where it was time to go within and really kind of deal with yourself a little bit more. Take the opportunity to receive a few more of the intuitive messages. Jupiter having sat on top of your moon in water sign Pisces would have amplified a lot of some of the hidden things. 12th house is self-sabotage. 8th house is your secrets, things about yourself, your shadow. And so with Jupiter in water sign Pisces, amplifying these other two houses and sitting on top of your moon, there wouldn't have been much you could have done with your motivation unless you truly and deeply felt like it. Your emotions and your feelings would have been running too high to be able to support and facilitate action that is just, like, I know I need to get this done. Okay. You would have only been able to do the things you felt like doing. And it does look like for you, there would have been a lot of emotional processing, deep dreaming, deep thoughts, quite a few downloads would have come through, insights and realizations about family and soul family with Moon Pisces, fourth house, family house. And so all of this is saying to me that it was like you were you were trying to work when you were meant to be sleeping. You were trying to sleep when you were meant to be working, just out of sync with what the planetary flow was bringing to the surface for you. And so thankfully now, hopefully you got a lot of the messages during that period of time that you needed to get to clarify your path forward. It was definitely a time for deep messages, deep healing, deep transformation. Now Jupiter is moving into fire sign Aries, which is your fifth house of creativity. Aries rules ambition. It's going to activate the house of your full potential. That's Leo up here, your ninth house. And it's also going to activate that first house, giving you greater opportunity to take what was within you and express it outside of you. So you're on track as long as you're starting to feel the awakening of movement in the now time, the next 3 to 4 weeks. You're on track. Just know that this was meant to be a more internally focused time. Caitlyn says, yeah, okay, I'm really focused on healing and I'm doing the inner work. I just constantly feel like I'm not doing enough in the physical world. So thank you. Guess I can let up. I would say that would be a nice idea. The Virgo midheaven is going to make you feel like that. It's going to make you feel like you're never doing enough. But right now, the enough that there was to do was internal healing work, really coming into a lot of acceptance. So Caitlyn, we're going to get to your second question after we do a few more people because it didn't come in simultaneously. The next question that came in was Katya's. So Katya, if you would go ahead and hit me with your question, that would be amazing. And then let me just check the payment apps here. See where we're at. Okay, Janelle, I have you on the list. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I want to go back and hear Katie's drag. You have a lot of Scorpio energy in your chart, Devent. You may find parts of it really resonate for you. But you've already been in a container to help facilitate like some of the stuff that she's been dealing with to surface those things. So I imagine what I described that Katie was experiencing is actually something that you've been experiencing. Instead of it all hitting at once, it's been hitting in kind of like a steady stream over the last 6 months because of the work you've been doing. Okay. Separation, guidance forward. Okay. Got it. Got it. Katya. Yeah, Katie, you should ask the vet what she's been doing because she's been significantly focused. I think the last 6 months she's been on she's had a container for her work. And when you have a container, meaning somebody else to help facilitate the growth so you don't get sucked back into your own shadow, it can go a long way to facilitating your breakthroughs, having a lot less breakdown with them, a lot less breakdown. So let's see, Katya says, She was born in Brazil. Okay. Okay, and Brazil. Okay. And February 1st to 1, 1982. Birth time 1:45 a.m. Yeah, the messaging may not have been for you, the vent. That's what I was saying. Going through separation needs some guidance. I feel all over the place. Okay. Okay. Square to your moon last year, conjunct to your sun this year, square to your Jupiter last year. Okay. Yeah, I see the separation energy here in your chart. My suspicion is that I'd see it even more if I looked at your person's chart. Let me come back here. I don't know whether to focus my heart and attention on work or on a new energy that has come into my life that feels like could be a soulmate. Feels scary to invest time on another person right now. I could see that because I also see that you're kind of on the like the road to a particular financial recovery. Like you're on the mend financially and emotionally from some really hard lessons that would have like struck at the heart of your self-esteem. So because you're on the recovery from that, on the mend, let me see what the chart is kind of saying here. The chart is asking you to focus on by transit. There's definitely career stuff going on here. Where is the big news for her? It's 6th house. Big news is 4th house, and big news is 3rd house. Yeah, this is all kind of talking about doubling down on work, to be honest with you. If we had more going on with the ruler of your 7th house itself, the ruler of your 7th house or your 5th house of dating, I would say, yeah, it's romance time, but that doesn't really show up until next year. If you feel drawn to get to know someone, get to know them. I mean, it's not an accident they showed up when they showed up. But what I would say is, especially given the precarious situation that you're just climbing out of, it is an energy. How do I put it? It's an energy of needing to, yeah, like focus in more on just the work stuff. Like this house is your axis of publications, communications, and stuff like that. Jupiter here, this is how you moving into how you present yourself to the public world. The 5th house here is your creativity and manifestations, where Chiron is, and this 6th house here is service. So all of this is telling me there's a lot of focus in the career world at this time, Katie, or Katya. But if somebody showed up, get to know them, but don't betray yourself in the getting to know them. If the reality is that you're just not in a place where you're fully open, be honest with yourself and honest with them about that, and just let them know, like, look, I'm happy to get to know you, but I move at a snail's pace, and if that's just not your jam, I get it. No harm, no foul. Like, I'm not asking you to stick around for that. I know you may have needs too, but if you want to hang with me, this is what you need to know about me. Like, I move slow, I assess long, I'm looking to play, a for keeps kind of game. And what I've noticed in my life is that when things have a super hard or super fast grand opening, it's a super fast grand closing too. So no problem if you were hoping to make out with me, kiss me, make love to me sometime in the next 60 days. I'm not moving on that timeline. So if you need to do that with somebody else, totally get it. Because the reality is I can see you're in a place based on what you've just come through, Katya, that frankly, if this person were to exit your life, you wouldn't actually be hurt at this time because you're still dealing with hurt from other stuff. I mean, you even mentioned it, the separation stuff. So all of that to say, like if the new person exited, I kind of see like a shoulder shrug energy from you anyway. All of that to say, my lady, focus on the work stuff, make it a priority, make it your focus. Love stuff does come in, but it comes in next year, Katya. And in the meantime, if somebody has shown up for getting to know, just trust that they may be a healing energy for you. And that's not a bad thing. Let them heal you on your terms. Does that make sense? All right, so let me get here into your tarot pull. I am missing all the juice. I'm missing all the tea here. I don't know what's going on here. I wish I had time to like keep up with the chat, but I'm just trying to look for the person I'm reading for. Let me see. Katie wants to understand what her focus should be at this time. What should Katie's or Katya's focus be at this time? Katya wants to understand her focus at this time. What should she be paying attention to? What's her focus at this time? Yeah. Yeah, baby. Okay. What came out was the 5 of Pentacles upright, 5 of Cups upright, 2 of Swords upright, Katya. These are not the happiest cards. I see, and this is kind of telling me that like when you're out and about, you put on a really brave face, but behind closed doors, ooh, honey, this is Heartbreak Hotel over here. Like when you're out and about, you don't show other people that you're going through a lot of internal pain. But this looks like a place of grief. And that a couple of things are true. On the one hand, you haven't really wanted to see. Let me put it another way. It's not that you haven't wanted to see, but what you are grieving, the fact that you are grieving, it's finally settling in, Katya. This is telling me that like there has been some delay in facing what there is to face that you have to let go of at this time. And so you're in a place now where, like I said, behind closed doors, you're starting to really allow it. You're starting to truly get into it, which is probably why there's no bandwidth for somebody else in any real way right now. In fact, if somebody else were to come in at this time, what they would be for you is a band-aid, a balm, a distraction. If you were to start to really deal with somebody from this energy, 5 of Pentacles, left out in the cold, 5 of Cups, grieving what's gone, 2 of Swords, not wanting to face the truth. This is basically rebound energy. Like I'm gonna deal with you so I don't have to deal with me. That's, Katya, what this looks like. If you were to bring somebody else into this, I'd rather be with you than be alone with my pain. And that's not the way to start something. That's like, because you're not actually being with the other person. Instead of and when you're with them, all you're doing is taking a break from your sorrow, taking a break from your suffering. And that's what friends are for, not new lovers. That's what therapy is for, right? That's what coaching is for, somebody to help you get through it, right? Not new lovers. So yeah, focus on the work. There's 2 5s here. This is talking about megawatt change rolling through your life right now. Get through the transformation. On the other side, love becomes a possibility again. All right, Katya, that's what I got, babes. Let me know how that resonated for you, Katya. You're right. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's why I was picking up when I was looking at the chart that if that person were to exit, it would be kind of a big old shoulder shrug for you. It'd be like, well, I wasn't expecting anything anyway, so whatever. It would not phase you if this new person showed up at this time or departed at this time. So there's that. Okay. So thank you, Katya, for allowing me to read for you. Bettina, it is your turn. Let's go in with Bettina. Holy, what's wrong with my fingers? Bettina, it's your turn. Okay, amazing. Okay, let me fast forward. Okay, Moon, you are on point. The message for Katie wasn't for me. Okay. Yeah, you have a different container going on than I think a lot of Scorpio people have going on right now. I have a very long time of transformation. I had a lot of hard struggle and challenges in multiple areas. Is there any clues as to why? Let's take a look, Bettina. I am curious myself. After Bettina, we're going to do Catherine Bond and Catherine Bond. So Miss Bond, get yourself ready. Get yourself ready. Let me share the screen. The name is Bond. James Bond. Okay. September, Ron, done. How do I say that? Roan, make your mouth say it, girl. I think it's Roan. Maybe it's Ron. I don't know. That is so cool. I love having other languages. Okay. Let's get to the R's, the ROs. RO. There we go. In Denmark. Okay. September 1st. So for us, that is 9/1/1971. Birth time 1:20 p.m. Okay. Okay. Let me set the timer. And the question is, I've had a very long-term transformation struggle. Is there any clues as to why? Yep, there is. So the biggest clue as to why is your Saturn placement in Capricorn. Now, Saturn in Capricorn is not a bad thing, not at all. It's a beautiful thing. It makes you a really hard worker. It makes you someone who values follow through and commitment. It makes you someone who really knows how to show up to get the job done. But what you've had going on for, let's say, let me see, where we're 2022 now. Yeah, what you've had going on for the last 7.5 years is a transit called Sati Sati. It's a transit well known to Vedic astrologers. I don't practice Vedic astrology, but I have noticed that this transit is significant regardless of what system that you use. The Sati Sati transit technically translates to 7.5 years of Saturn. Sati Sati is one of the most difficult periods of time to move through in your chart, and it only comes once every 30 years. The first time is the worst time. And so my strong recommendation as I'm seeing this is to work with this in such a way that you are getting on the page with, y'all need to stop with the timeouts. Yes, thank you, the vent. That's the right move, girl. Don't be timing out people like that. Take swift and immediate action. Be the president of the chat. All right, so moving back to Bettina here, the Sati Sati transit wants you to come home to yourself. It wants you to get balanced in your integrity. It wants you to focus on the lesson of your North Node and lean into your North Node. Here's what I want to say. Here is the good news, Bettina. September 1st, 1971, 1:20 p.m. Bettina, this is what you gave me. September 1:20 p.m., September 1st, 1971. I use a Placidus house system, so it may not look like what you use when you look at your chart. You may use equal whole house Koch or some other system. But I use the Placidus system. But in any house system, Saturn is still rolling over your moon, and it's still a 7.5-year transit, regardless of which system you use, because your moon doesn't change from system to system. Your moon always sits at 19 degrees Capricorn. And it's the 2.5 years before your sign, which was Sagittarius. It's the 2.5 years of your sign, which is Capricorn. It's the 2.5 years after your sign, which is Aquarius. That's when the Saturn transit is the hardest. Saturn here over your moon wants you to understand the difference between wants and needs and focus on needs. Saturn here over your moon, second house, removes some of the things you value and need the most so that you can really have an understanding of your needs from a much higher level. Saturn in that second house is a reduction in self-esteem, a reduction in earned income. The main thing that I want you to understand about this is that this transit just literally this year ended. Just in the first 5 months of this year came to a close. It's done. The fire's out, but the smoke has not cleared. And so you're going to go through a 2.5-year recovery period now. And this recovery period is where you're going to start to integrate what the lessons have been, which has been about disambiguating wants from needs, relying on yourself for your self-worth, that your worth isn't tied to your work in any capacity, Bettina, that your worth is tied to your beingness. This would have helped you clarify what you really value in terms of what you're doing here in the world of mission work, instead of what is the right checkbox, the right career to have based on your family or the schools you went to or how you grew up, Bettina. This is learning the difference between social expectations of you and your own expectations of you. And there would have been a lot of heartbreak in coming to learn these very important lessons. Like I said, the transit is over. You've completed the 7.5 years. There are good things to come. But what I want you to understand is that this recovery period is going to take some time. And that's why it has been so hard. The worst, Bettina, is behind you. I'm going to say it again, because after 7.5 years, it's going to be hard to believe. Bettina, the worst is behind you. It's done. It's done. Okay. So congratulations on making it through, Sati Sati. Catherine Bond, it is your turn, hun. If you could go ahead and paste your birth details and your first question, I'll read for you next. Just see something about Miss Bettina here. Thank you again, Bettina, for letting me read for you. Like I said, I do use that Placidus house system, which may be very different than your house system that you're used to using. But in either case, your sun sits at 19 degrees Capricorn, and it's Saturn going through the sign preceding that, Saturn moving through the sign after that, Aquarius. That's what would have caused the difficulties of the last 7.5 years. Okay, let's see. Have I missed anyone? The list is open. Okay, so we're going to do Catherine Bond's first question, second question, Caitlyn C, then MY, then Janelle, in that order. Okay. Thanks, guys, for your patience. It's so awesome to be here with you. So awesome to be here with you. Yeah, it is encouraging to come through that Sati Sati transit. Thank you. That makes sense. Good. I repeat, Bettina, the worst is behind you. It is going to get better from here. I promise you that. Where is Catherine Bond? Yay. Okay. So grateful. Yay, Bettina. I am so grateful for you as well that it's over. The Sati Sati transit, it's a life record transit for sure, but it is the hand of divine intervention trying to really get you on the right track in your world. Okay, so Livonia, Michigan, but letting go can be really hard. Of some of the dreams we used to have, some of the beliefs we used to have, the attachments we used to have with people, certain people. Those letting those things go can really be a challenge, and you've not had a choice around letting go with this transit, and because you really didn't have a choice, it can just be really hard. Okay, 9:35 a.m. 5368. So Colleen's mom passed this morning. I'm very sorry to hear that. My heart goes out to you. Kat and Colleen, I know that could not have been more painfully timed given everything I know that's going on for you too. Challenging for relationship for them. This is truly eclipse energy. Yeah, and I talked about it at the last lunation, that there would be some deaths in the family, some exits. Kat, here's what I'm seeing in terms of what's ahead with Uranus crossing over her sun, and her sun there in the 11th house. Her identity is almost enmeshed with her mom. Yeah, sun does represent our identity. You really hit the nail on the head with what I was literally just about to say. Sun is our identity. Uranus brings change. There is a change coming to her identity at this time, but this is a good change. With Saturn, with Uranus sitting on top of her sun in this way, Uranus is the divine awakener, the original divine counterpart, the electrifier and the enlivener. And with Uranus crossing over her sun, this is what's called a divinity activation, when more of your divine self comes to sit inside your actual physical body. And so when your divine self is sitting inside your physical body, there is this energy, this vibration, this frequency of kind of cracking open, if you will. The visual my guides have always given me for this transit is I want you to imagine a clay pot, a clay vessel, a large clay vase, if you will, and lightning just hitting the very center of that vessel. And then you can see in slow motion as the vessel cracks apart, it's illuminated, it's brightened. It now becomes something that can hold more light as you glue it back together, you piece it back together. But getting struck by lightning never feels good. And I have to say, again, my condolences, my heart goes out to her and to you, especially when, in the situation she was in, she'd been her mom's sole caregiver. To lose someone whose life depended on you showing up to do what you were doing for them, it's like losing a big chunk of yourself. And so it's understandable that this is the experience that she's having. It's going to take her a minute. Neptune here, retrograde over her house of her outer world identity, Neptune dissolving, bringing more spiritual energy to it. Trine, natal Neptune, higher level awareness through that 5th house Scorpio Neptune placement. This is going to take her a while to integrate because Uranus and Neptune are slow movers, real slow. It's going to take her a minute. And it takes anyone a minute after they lose a parent. Kat, I know you probably really want to be there for her right now, but I honestly feel like it's important for me to say that I feel like this message is for you more than it is for her. I wouldn't give her this at this time. I don't know that there's bandwidth or capacity to receive. But this is more so for your edification and understanding that as she moves through these are heavy energies, and grief energy is no joke. As she moves through this, we already have talked about this, that she's a woman who needs a lot of her own space. I suspect you're going to see that even more at this time, Kat. You're going to see even more retreat, even more withdrawal. And when you do see her from time to time, it's going to feel for a while like lights on, nobody home, like a part of her is MIA, left with her mother. And so I want you to understand that this is a period of time where her orientation to the known world has so dynamically and dramatically shifted so quickly, so overnight, that there's the vibe I'm getting as I'm looking at this, there's a lostness to her. Like she can't place herself in time and space right now. So I only say that to say, keep your expectations around connection at a real minimum, even if all you're trying to do is just support her. I don't even know that receiving is online right now, given the way that vessel that does receive is cracking apart. Trust that she's getting healing, that she's getting the support. The divine on top of her son in that way is absolutely supporting her. And, I just want to say, like, to the degree that you can, like, send her healing energy, that kind of thing. But for you, this was really talking about like understanding that this is an extraordinarily deep transformational process Colleen's going through, and it's going to take some time. Okay. Let's ask the tarot since you requested. I'm going to go ahead and pull cards for you on this. 3 cards. What does Kat need to know about what's ahead for Colleen? What does Kat need to know about what's ahead for Colleen so that she can know how to be with Colleen? What does she need to understand about what's ahead for Colleen? What does Kat need to know? It's too many. Okay. What does Kat need to know about what's ahead for Colleen? What is that energy? Wow. Okay. So when I look at this, Kat, the cards that came out were Emperor upright, Moon upright, High Priestess reversed, 3 of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. Yeah, this energy is really internal. Whenever I see the Moon and the High Priestess reversed, Moon upright, High Priestess reversed, this is telling me that there's a deep, deep internal process going on that isn't at the conscious level for a person. There's some soul growth, soul illumination, like so deep, so non-conscious. This transformation is, there's no language for it because it's happening below the level of consciousness. It's happening at a place where this person cannot access the growth, the change. It's happening in a way that is not available for language at this time. And the Emperor upright, gosh, this is all major arcana too. The Emperor upright, and the fact that this is all major arcana is letting me know that as much as you want to support her or find ways to be with her in, you know, what we would commercially, the hallmarks of the world would call her time of need, this is actually saying, no worries, the divine's got her. The divine has her back. She's good. She's good. The divine has like swooped in, so to speak, to carry her through this. I was with her last night, still am. We still live together till July, but finally decided to split for her to find herself without the influence of others. She took her month and it worked beautifully for us. Very good. I'm glad that suggestion helped. Last night we had some amazing conversation. I knew already that this was coming and needed to happen. Okay. Yeah. And so this is, interestingly enough, the moon card on this in the deck I'm using has a woman looking into the water, the reflection pool, and seeing what's within herself, seeing the true nature of herself. So all of that is this beautiful energy of, yeah, her coming, like her setting up some structure here to do that. I don't even know that it's all the way conscious yet, though, what she's about to uncover and experience. So that's what I got for your first question. Thank you so much for letting me read for you in that first question. I hope that provided some illumination and some insight. Like I said, I don't know that this reading is for her. I certainly wouldn't give it to her. This is information you need. So just so you understand how to work with what you're seeing. Kat, what's your second question? We finished with your first. We're going to do your second. Caitlyn C, get ready for your second question, then MY, then Janelle, in that order. The list is open if anyone would like to get in it. And once again, my condolences, Kat, to you and to her. I'm sorry. Kat says, and what did she say? And was able to frame it in a way for myself to be able to love her through it in whatever capacity she decides she needs. Very good, Kat. That's great growth. I mean, say it again for the people in the back. Love her in the capacity that she decides that she needs. That's one of the biggest mastery lessons in the world of unconditionality that we get. Kat, when you're ready, post your second question. Caitlin, get ready. And the lesson is this: we may have the internal experience of feeling love for someone. That's fine. No problem there. But, and not but, well, yeah, but, and then we express it in the ways that we are conditioned to. Our conditioning is in our subconscious. We're not even aware that there's a conditioning on the ways we express love. But the way we express it may not be the way the other person actually receives "I love you" or hears "I love you." And so when we truly love someone, like really love them, it's one of the most loving things we can do for them is love them in the way that they have said that they need to be loved, to hear them out, to trust their sovereignty, that they know who they are, and not force our love on them, but instead honor the way that they said they want to be loved. Okay. 5/24/1985, 10:55 p.m. That's a transit. Let me edit the chart data. Taiwan, Taipei. I can never get the spelling of Taipei right. The software. T''AI to I pay. Okay. May 24th. Hey, Kat, happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Kat. Wish her well. Happy birthday, Kat. I'm sorry that it's coming with so many significant closings, but happy birthday nonetheless, Kat. Welcome to your second rotation around the sun. Or not your second, but your next. I didn't mean to say second. Okay, let me share the chart again. Share screen. Okay. Okay, Caitlyn, get ready. So she asks, are there any other challenges in the near future? I feel like every aspect of my life has been tossed in a blender. Literally everything happens within the next couple months. And while I feel stable because of all the work I've been doing with having a twin that literally isn't mentally able to be support for me at this time, what's the direction? Thanks. Okay, you're welcome. Let's get into it. I'm glad that you feel stable, that, you know, the work is happening and that you feel really supported. It makes a huge difference when you're doing the work consistently over time than when it hits you like a ton of bricks. Huge difference. Okay, so lots of changes. What's the direction for her? Ooh, it's also your Jupiter return year. This is great. Brand new cycle. Oh no, I lie. No wonder this chart didn't make sense to me. Transit by roll now. Now it's your, okay, it is not your Jupiter return year. Last year was your Jupiter return year. Now things make sense. I understand what I'm looking at. Okay, so this is telling me, Kat, that Jupiter in your second house, this is a point of rebuilding for you, rebuilding your self-esteem, your self-worth. You know, I love that you phrased it the way you did, that you're like, your person just isn't in the place right now, and that you've disambiguated your feelings from that. You've untangled your feelings from that. You've not made it about you. And that's the gift of Jupiter in the second house, is it really helps you understand, it helps rebuild your self-esteem in a lot of ways. It's a beautiful energy. Jupiter in that second house is also about making money, which is really nice. Making money at this time is something that you're a bit poised for, really focusing on what's going on in terms of how you're servicing the world and how money can come in, Kat. This is a beautiful thing. Now, what I'm also seeing here is that you're in a season of manifestation and harvest. Moderators, check the chat. And in this season of manifestation and harvest, what you're getting is an opportunity to make certain dreams come true. So this is the question that I really want to give to you at this time, is if you, given that this thing with Colleen, it's just not in a position, because she's not in a position to move forward, what is the best possible experience I can have in life, even though? Because that's what you're going to be able to manifest at this time, is your best possible experience, even though. So if you can give yourself that particular permission to be able to do that, what you're going to get is a beautiful new beginning going on, a beautiful opportunity to facilitate next steps in your life. And I think you're going to be, if I'm honest, surprised that there's certain things that come online and become available for you that you didn't know were going to be available, that are going to give you an opportunity to financially, work-wise, spread your wings in a way that you weren't able to spread them before. And I think, I hate to say this, Kat, but I think You mentioned that you had kind of gotten to a place of acceptance. You knew this was coming, this kind of temporary separation for now. But what's happening in this separation, and what I love to see about this for you in the middle of a union window, what I love to see about this for you is that for the first time, you're starting to actually face real, true Colleen. And Colleen is facing real, true Colleen too. And because both of you are being honest about where she's at, and you're facing true Cat, and you're being honest about who you are, right? Now you guys are in a place to have some real authenticity in the connection. There's more authenticity, there's more realness, there's more truth and union energy now than there was prior to now, even though the two of you were previously living together. This is more real than that was. Thank you very much. And I just say I have the best moderators. The best moderators. And as painful as it is for this to be more real, right? As painful as it is to integrate difficult truths, this is a necessary step in the world of union. All right, let me get to your second question. What's Cat's direction from here? Tarot pull, Page of Pentacles, upright. What is Cat's next direction here? Mercury Kazemi happened and I felt it. Oh, okay, gotcha. I totally agree. Okay. Yeah, so you see that this is like more real union energy for who the two of you have become in the last little segment of time. Because there's more truth here. Ooh, wow, these cards are really talking about accepting the ending. Damn. But it's beautiful in its own right. That's exactly right. Page of Pentacles reversed. 9 of Cups reversed. 8 of Cups upright. The Sun reversed at the bottom of the deck. This is telling me that what I like to see, because when you've got the Page of Pentacles reversed, there's no offer on the table. When you've got 9 of Cups reversed, there's no wish fulfillment. When you've got 8 of Cups upright, there's walking away. When you've got Sun reversed, you've got depression. What I don't see here, that I am so grateful I don't see, Cat, that it provides just a little bit of hope for the future and confirmation of the truth of what twin connections are. What I don't see here is death upright, ending, judgment reversed, no new beginning ever. 6 of Swords completely going away and putting distance between you and the entirety of the situation. Like, I don't see any of those kind of permanent ending without a new beginning kind of energies here at all. In fact, what I'm seeing here is the necessity of addressing painful realities so that you can move toward brighter new horizons. The 8 of Cups upright in the Light Seer Tarot deck has the woman walking away from a fire in a bowl that's in a whole pool of water where another bowl has already sunk. And she's walking toward, instead of the fire in a bowl, she's walking towards the horizon where there's the big fire, the sunlight. She's walking towards the dawning of a new day. She's looking at sunrise. And so this is telling me that even though there's a period of depression here, even though this isn't what you wanted, if you could have had it all your way, you wouldn't go through this. If you had it all your way, it would have gone completely differently. And yet there's recognition, okay, well, if this is what it is, this is what it is, but there is something bigger to move toward. And the only way to get there is through moving through this void period. And so I see you addressing the void period, acknowledging its reality, acknowledging the fact that you can't change these things, and saying, simultaneously, there's more to come. The more to come just isn't in this time and space. I have to get myself to a new location in order to experience the more to come. So that's what I have for you on this. Hopefully that provided a bit of resonance and validation for your intuition around the experiences that you've been having. Okay. So thank you, Kat, for letting me read for you twice. Caitlin, it's time for your second question. Caitlin, and then MY, then Janelle, then Maya Papaya. The list is not free. Tanishka, welcome. It's so lovely to have you here. I hope you're having a great Saturday. There is a pinned comment at the top of the chat that lets you know how to get onto the list. Getting ready to listen to Charlotte. Yes, Hope Literati, have fun. Bring my love to Charlotte and the chat there. I'm in for Made for Love. I love that work that they're doing. Okay. All right, Kat. Kat says, that's an effing relief. I know who she truly is. I've seen it briefly. Maybe that's my message to Hope. I can let go now, knowing who she will be finding. Yes, very nice. You can let go now. She's got to see it, right? Because until she sees it, it's just everyone else dictating to her who she is. And that's the recipe for, and like the visual my guides just gave me around that is until she sees it, it's basically like you having a conversation with a puppet that you put on your hand, talking back to yourself. So that's not what you want. Like I said, there's way more authenticity in this at this moment than there is in any other, in the previous configuration. You guys are making room for more truth. Caitlin, I just need a birth location for this chart. So if you could please provide that, I would be able to make the chart for you. Okay, no birth time, no problem. My counterpart, I'm not sure birth time. She's a Leo rising though. Okay. Let's see. I need a birth location, Caitlin. So we are not strangers to separation. We have been doing this for 6 years now, but she seems to experience dictates that she's very resistant to self-reflection. The question is, what do you see in her chart are her biggest challenges? Interesting. Okay. Like I said, I need a birth time and I can proceed from there, Caitlin. Thank you for the beautiful question. Ooh. Okay, Suffer, New York. Thank you so much. Moderators, you guys are on it. Thanks. Love you guys. Thank you for being vigilant. Okay, so I know you said that you understood that she's a Leo rising. I'm not going to use the rising sign because I don't know what time of day that would be. That's how you get the rising sign. And I can't sit here and use everyone's time to experiment with getting the right time for that particular day. I am going to use what's called a sunrise chart, which will illuminate the answer to your questions anyway, because I'm going to utilize the configuration between her planets, which does not change based on the rising sign. The rising sign would be more useful if you wanted to understand more so kind of aspects of her personality in relationship to her life. But what we're talking about are her biggest challenges inside her person, which is going to be indicated by the relationship of the planets to one another, and a sunrise chart will suffice for that. What I'm seeing as biggest challenge for her when I look at this, okay, I do see the intuition with Mercury and Jupiter sitting behind her sun in this way, but I also see that she can have a bit of a myopia about things in her world where she can take for granted that she needs to put efforts towards things with Jupiter sitting so close to her sun, yet so far behind it. There's a little bit of an energy of like, putting frosting on a rotten cake in the shadow of this energy. Like believing that fake it till you make it means that if I'm just positive and optimistic, this will just go away. And that's one of the shadow aspects of her personality. And so that's a challenge that, you know, there's a need to confront, which I think you knew. I think you kind of alluded to that, but in a very different way. In the light, it's the ability to use her intuition to really navigate her life and navigate the flow of her life. I do see she's quite beautiful or charming, charismatic. There's a lot of ways with Venus and her sun sitting together where people can kind of be very generous or very giving with her, and almost kind of carry her at times when she's not willing to do some of her own work. I think you mentioned that she's stubborn, and these two aspects speak to it. North Node Taurus, though, her lesson in this lifetime is going to always be about how to value herself enough. And I think one of the challenges that you've been running into that maybe you didn't realize may have been underneath some of this resistance is a lot of low self-esteem with North Node in the second sign from her sun. With that low self-esteem, what she's been dealing with is a load of feeling like there's something wrong with me. I gotta hide myself, like I shouldn't, some of the best parts of her are the parts of her that she feels like are the worst. So she hides them. And there can be a lot of shame for a person with this configuration. And so there's a lot of pretending. There can be a lot of pretending on the outside with a lot of hiding. And I don't necessarily, do I see it here? It is here. There can be a lot of lying. Neptune square her Mercury. And in her case, because Mercury is retrograde, this is telling me that, I don't know that lying, she intends to lie. It just sort of comes out because the truth is so difficult for her to face at times, Caitlyn. And so there's these little white lies because she can't be with the truth in private. So it's even harder to be with the truth when other people are looking. So this may take some time, I gotta say, for her to work through some of this stuff, especially with Neptune square Mercury. If there's any type of addictive coping mechanisms involved, things like substances, food, binge watching, binge eating, or whatever, binging, whatever, substances or behaviors. This may take some time to really get to the place where instead of dissociating, she step by step allows herself to be with herself in manageable doses, be with her life in manageable doses in order to outgrow some of this. Okay, Caitlyn. So those are the challenges that I'm seeing there for her. I would say that these are kind of lifelong challenges, but in the light, like I said, she's extra intuitive, really, she brings a lot of hope and inspiration to other people. I see she's crazy artistic and creative. And she really has the ability to show other people the way to value themselves, but she's got to start with herself first, Caitlyn. Okay. Wow, 100%. MY, it is your turn. MY, if you could please paste your question, I would deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Caitlyn, thanks for letting me read for you. After MY, we have Janelle, then Maya Papaya. Okay, let me just, yeah, she left her karmic, who she called toxic and abusive. Found out I was pregnant. We triggered each other a bit, and then she got accidentally pregnant by him, and we haven't talked since. Addiction is definitely present. I think the pregnancy, which is just about to be over, was divinely to clear that out. Okay, got it. Okay, MY, New York. Happy Saturday, MY. Great to see you. 11/26/1967, 8 p.m. Okay. Hey, M, thank you so much for joining the chat and posting. I've got a dedicated list for people who've paid for questions. If you would like to pay for a question, you can definitely do that. The way to do so is pinned in the chat above, in the blue chat box above, if you want to get on the list. I'm going to read for MY now, and then Janelle, then Maya Papaya. And then after that, if you would like to be on the list, it would in fact be your turn. So feel free to jump on the list if you are guided to, and then you can paste your questions when it's your turn. List is open for anyone who's just joining. I would love to read for you. I'm going to read for MY now. All right. So I have been feeling incredibly frustrated, career, twin, etc. All feels like a holding pattern. I get it. Let me find the timer here. All feels like a holding pattern. I'm wondering when the energy opens up. All right, good question. Ooh. Let me see your birth chart again. Let me see this again. Thank you. Was not aware. No problem. Welcome. Great to have you. Would love to read for you if in fact you're guided to do that. All right. Let's see what's going on here. If you're guided to jump on the list, I mean. Holding pattern. Oh, yeah. Okay. And you know what? And why I think I might have mentioned this last year that the beginning of the year might be a little bit quiet. I see you doing a lot of nesting at the beginning of the year, so to speak. And I do see it now opening up. What you were waiting on is for the abundance of energy that was moving through Pisces to exit and move into Aries, which it has. Jupiter has moved into Aries just in the last week. And thankfully, Venus has moved on, has gotten there. Mercury, the sun, has moved on, has been, out of Aries and on into Taurus and now Gemini. But when we had so much thick, rich energy in the sign of Pisces, this was going to be a period of time where the start of the year was going to be a bit more quiet, a bit more internal, a bit slow, a bit more reflective, a bit more shoring up of the foundation. This is the kind of preparing yourself to get ready to run. And so the visual that my guides are giving me for this, I don't know if you've ever watched sprinters on a track field, get ready for a race. Like the race is where it feels like the action is happening. But if you're running a 100-yard dash or a 200-meter race or a 400-meter race, the preparation is longer than the race. A 200-meter is like less than 40 seconds and it's done. But the preparation, there's like at least 2 hours worth of preparation prior to that. There's all this stretching and then warming up and then, then staying ready. And then they call your race. And then you're allowed to adjust the blocks, which are, when you see like track runners like kneel down and then they put their feet back and their feet are in this little contraption that it looks like they like catapult from when the gun is fired and then they begin to run. That contraption, the blocks, that's where you've been at. It's been just before you're the guy who says, runners, take your mark.
says runners take your mark. You've been adjusting the blocks so that you are in a place of when he says set and then fires the gun so that you can go, there your shoelaces are tied, your muscles are ready. Like there's nothing undone to distract you from winning the race. So that's kind of what this is. This is what it looks like to me, is that you've been in that place where they finally have called your particular race. So it's like, okay, yeah, it's my turn. You called my race. I'm ready. Let me run. But they haven't, all the other runners aren't set yet. You're not set. You've been adjusting the blocks so that they're in the right distance from one another, so that if you're going to put your right foot forward, you're going to put your right foot forward. You're going to put your left foot forward. You're going to put your left foot forward. Like all of that it's been these micro adjustments so that your readiness for the next thing can happen. Now, the interesting thing that I feel like it's important to tell you is with Jupiter through the ninth house here, ninth house isn't just our potential, but ninth house is education. Jupiter is going to be in the ninth house for the majority of the remainder of the year. It's going to dip its toe 1 degree into Aries before it goes back. When it gets into Aries, it will be go time. That will be December. January of next year. What I want to say is between now and the end of the year, there is some sort of level of education, and it doesn't have to be something full on. I know you've done a lot of education up to now, but I also know that you value your craft enough to not think you know it all, to constantly be improving. So if there's been a mentor or someone you've wanted to study with, study under, get information from, a piece of your craft that you've gotten feedback around where it's like, I know if I can improve this, my auditions will go, X amount better. If I start to do that, I'll get X more amount of callbacks. Where you're getting that feedback, and if you haven't received it, Jupiter in the ninth house is a great time to ask. And then you can go take the class that you need to improve in that one place. My recommendation would be to utilize this time in that way, because by utilizing this time in that way, when the guy says, runners, take your mark, you will not be working with the same set of tools. You're going to be in a far better place. You're going to have moved along a lot further. And you'll feel like you'll recognize on the other side of whatever this is, this like nesting, this building up the foundation. Janelle, please paste your question. It's your turn. You're going to recognize on the other side of this that you are actually more prepared than you were before. And my suspicion is that there may be a couple of opportunities that show up in the coming year, and why that have you go, okay, wow, yeah, I'm glad this did not come before I had that period of nesting, like Kay was saying, because it's in that period that I got this aligned, that aligned, integrated this, learned that, and I wouldn't have been ready for this opportunity had it come sooner. So whatever feedback you need to integrate, whatever classes you need to take, whatever foundational alignment you need to create, I would get into that, because you're moving into a once in 12-year season of career growth and quantum leap, and it begins next year. Okay. And it extends for 2 to 3 years after that. So I have just completed my read for MY. I'm going to read for Janelle, then Maya Papaya. Thank you guys for being here with me. If anyone would like to jump on the list, you definitely can. The list is open. It'd be my honor to read for you. The way to do that is pin to the blue comment in the chat just above this video. And if you're, guided to jump on the list, now's a great time. Okay. Awesome. So let me get Janelle's birth details and the question that Janelle would like me to answer. And then I will create a chart for Janelle. And then Maya Papaya, if you could please get ready. I'm going to get ready to read. I'm going to read for you right after Janelle. Let me know how that resonates for you and why. Okay, here you go. I had to post this to my main reading channel. So if people want to join from there, they can. Let me come back to the chat. Ah. Okay. Okay. Okay, Kylie, thank you. I'm not sure what happened to Janelle. Let's just see. Let me refresh the page, see if she's here. And maybe I'm just missing something in the chat. I just had an aha moment about my own behaviors, and I'm so grateful for it. I have a mentor who is guiding me at the moment. Perfect. Perfect. I'm really happy to hear that and why. Thank you for saying so, that it resonated. Janelle, it's your turn. Maya Papaya, are you here? Because if Janelle exited, I'm gonna move to you and read for you next. Really happy to hear you're working with a mentor. Yeah. And to the degree that you're able, I mean, you're a sensitive soul with a big heart and why, but I also know that you are a fan of clarity. You're a fan of truth. And so, I would encourage you to encourage your mentor to be like as like raw and honest. Like, don't encourage your mentor to not spare your feelings, which I know you already do, but encourage them to not congratulate incremental improvement, acknowledge it, but to continue to push you toward mastering the fullness of your potential at this time. Encourage them to push you towards your potential. You can take a good push right now. There's a lot of things that have fallen into your place right now where if your mentor hurts your feelings by giving you too much truth, you're going to be really good with it because there's so many other things falling into place that have already fallen into place in a positive way. So yeah, and push your mentor to push you toward your growth edge. All right. Is Maya Papaya here? Janelle, where'd you go? Awesome. We'll see where these girls are at. We'll read for them. For anyone who's just joining, welcome. Happy Saturday or Sunday, wherever you are in the world. It's great to connect. Let me give Maya, Papaya, and Janelle a couple more minutes here. Maya, Janelle, it's your turn. Where are you, ladies? For anyone who's just joining, welcome. I'm supposed to be reading for Maya and Janelle, but neither one of them has responded yet. They may be either having a little lag in the chat or they may be needed to step away. If you want to jump on the list, you definitely can. The way to do that is pinned in the blue linked comment above. I'll also paste it in the chat for you guys. So if you'd like to jump on the list, I can do a reading for you. We can do a single question mini reading with one chart. There we go. That's how you join the list. If you would like to do that, you can join the list in that way. One question, one chart mini reading. You can ask about yourself, your dog, your kid, your parents, whoever. If you're trying to understand something about what's going on now, what happened in the past, what's coming, we can look at that. And if you might want to know things like how to use your mission work, use your spiritual gifts. What are your spiritual gifts? We can look at things like that as well. So if you'd like to jump on the list, you can. You would be next. It would be my honor to read for you. Janelle and Miss Maya Papaya, it is your turn. Where are you, beloveds? And if anyone else would like to jump on the list, you certainly can. Oh, comments aren't showing? Thank you so much for letting me know. I was like, where are the humans? Kylie, thank you so much. And thank you, Mercury retrograde. You have been so much fun for me. Let me just try refreshing the page. Ah, okay. I refreshed the page first. Thank you. I didn't want to have to start a whole new live. Thank you, Kylie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Janelle, thank you so much. Janelle, I just need a birth location to go with that birth date. And that's your birth date. Happy belated birthday. Hope you had a good birthday this year. Thank you so much, Kylie. I really appreciate it. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, and Maya Papaya is here. Oh, there's all kinds of things happening here in the chat. Okay, let's see. Okay. Maya Papaya wrote a book. All right, Maya Papaya, let me read for Janelle and then I will. There's a whole lot happening in this chat that I missed. Thank you so much, Kylie. I really appreciate you helping me out here. I just needed to refresh. Okay, so we're going to read for Janelle. Where is she? What can I focus on now to help me heal for myself and our son? By Jerry, like the drama affect our son. Okay. I feel like the drama affects our son. Okay, Janelle, where is the birth data? Okay. Okay, I need a place of birth, Janelle. That's the piece that I'm missing here. Let me try refreshing the page again. And if you have the time of birth, that would be useful. Thank you. If you don't have the time of birth, it's okay. Okay, I need the, okay, Los Angeles, 11:38. Okay. Five, six, happy belated, 1983, 11:38 p.m. Okay, let's do this again. So glad I could find you guys in the chat. All right. I met my twin in 2019. I believe he's my twin. We share a child. We're in separation. Again, we trigger each other like crazy and have so much shadow work to do. I want to know what I can focus on right now to heal myself and our son. Beautiful question. Let me look. Okay, we've got the Taurus 5th house. This child needs a lot of nurturing and is a bit of a love bug himself. All right. And, oof, okay. So I see there's some work on self-worth, self-esteem, self-value for you you're being asked to undertake. I also see that there's some work here, Janelle, about shoring up your finances. And in shoring up your finances, there is a bit of a like, I see right now money's not flowing the way you want and need it to. And so, and it's not gonna for a little while. I want to prepare you for that. There's a large chunk of next year as well where your money isn't going to be the way you need it to be again, JB. And so what I would say is that during this period of time, what you're being asked to do is two things. Number one, separate your self-worth and your self-esteem from what's going on with your money. Money isn't about who you are. Money can be earned, money can be made, it can be generated, it can be grown. But where your money is at has nothing to do with your value as a person, JB. And so this is an important lesson for everyone to learn. I see it's one of your lessons in this lifetime or during this period of time. And once you've made that separation, the next thing that you're being asked to learn with a transit like this is how to thoroughly, how do I put this? You're being asked to learn how to focus on your next step with either money or self-esteem or both. And to me, I gotta be honest, a lot of this looks financial. There's something here that's telling me that your money just isn't where you need it to be. Can you confirm that, Janelle? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kylie. I may need to start a new live stream. And if I do, I'll come right back because we have Maya Papaya to read. But what I'm seeing here is this like real need to get into a place of financial safety and security. This is talking about balancing out your spending and your earning. If, for example, I was talking to a client this week she got a divorce, but she'd lived in the house that she'd been in for like way too long. It's a 3-bedroom house. Her oldest is already gone. Her youngest is still living with her, but she's got too much house for her and just her youngest who's about to leave soon. And so she's been paying on this mortgage. Gas and oil prices are rising. And she went into debt last year to pay for her home heating. She got the message last year, I need to relocate. I need to move. But she didn't do it. And so now she's in a predicament where she could move, but she needs to move. She's got too much house. She can't afford the house she's got. And she needs something smaller that's going to cost her less money. And this is the kind of decision making I'm seeing you be invited to step into, to really face some truths about where you've been at in terms of your self-worth and self-esteem, and really start to face the truth that some people treat you the way they treat you, not because of who you are, but because of their wounding. And to face some and to right size your interaction with people based on that. Like if they can't treat you correctly, then they can't necessarily be in your world. And to deal with your money correctly around that as well, to financially be in a place where you're facing the truth and not overextending, overspending, and then learning what you need to learn to be able to make more money through that educational process. That's the biggest thing I'm seeing for you, Janelle, for healing, is getting into a place where your self-esteem isn't so in the toilet that the version of you that your son is getting is this version of mommy can't be happy unless she's with daddy. And simultaneously, this version of yourself that can put food on the table for both of you because mommy isn't so caught up in her feelings that she can't make smart money decisions. That's what I'm seeing be the big lesson for you at this time. Is basically it's about safety and security, frankly. And if where you need help, the help that I'm seeing is on the house of the educational axis. Classes are going to help you significantly. Small group classes in any capacity would go a long way to helping you close up gaps in your knowledge in these two areas, either about self-love, self-worth, self-esteem, or earned income, so that you can be in a place where you're good to go, Janelle. Okay. So thank you for letting me read for you. Lovely to connect. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. Hopefully the instructions provided by Kylie helps you to get to your reading. It's going to remain live here. I don't think I've ever read for you before. So just know this will remain here on my page for you to come back to if for any reason you missed it. Alita Maddox, welcome. Great to have you. I have a 3-card tarot pull to do for our girl here. And then we'll do Miss Maya Papaya. Welcome. Maya was like, it is my turn. I'm going to paste. I am ready. I love it. That's beautiful. Thank you for being ready to go, Maya. And again, Kylie, thank you so much for your support and for being such a great moderator. The list is open. The way to get on the list, if you're just joining, is through this payment information that I've just pasted in the chat. I can do a single question, single chart mini reading. Maddox, I'd love to read for you if you are, Alita Maddox, if you're open to it. And I'm going to read for Maya after I do this 3-card tarot pull for Janelle. And then we can move on to the next person. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're having a great Saturday or a great Sunday. 3 cards, please, for Janelle. 3 cards for Janelle. What does she need to focus on for healing for her son right now? What does she need to focus on for healing for herself right now? Awesome, Alita. I'd love to read for you. What does Janelle need to focus on for her son right now? Okay. Clarify that. Hey, Lisa, I'd love to read for you. Welcome in. I do a single chart, single question, mini reading. And with that, I can do the chart. And if you want to do 3-card astro pull, which you're about to witness me do right now, for the last person, Janelle, you can add on for that $25.25 USD for the astro chart alone, $35.35 for the 3-card tarot pull guidance through that as well. Okay, so for you, what we have going on, Janelle, is the Wheel of Fortune reverse, 10 of Wands reverse, the Emperor upright. Okay, so there's some interesting energy here. This is telling me that some of the suffering that you've been experiencing has been a result of being unwilling to move forward, a result of being unwilling to face difficult truths, a result of not recognizing that it's time to move forward things can't be fixed from the place that you're in. They can only be fixed from getting to a new destination. And there's been a bit of a resoluteness, a stubbornness that if I just think about this enough, if I just strategize enough, if I just work on this enough, then it will come right. And so part of the challenges that you've been facing is that the hand of divine intervention has shown up in your life and said, it's time to reconfigure the way your life is set up. And so this might have really shown up last year. It feels like this is a last year energy. And instead of perceiving what the experience was as a kind of completion for now, a time out for now, a need to retreat and focus on yourself for now, there was a bit of doubling down. Well, I will just work harder. And in doing that, I will just work harder thing, it's created more suffering than has been necessary, specifically in the world of connection. And the reason why I know it's specifically the world of connection is because at the bottom of the deck, we have the Two of Cups, and thank God it is upright. This lets me know, especially because the change came in with the Wheel of Fortune, this lets me know that, listen, the reality is this change was destined. It was on schedule. You haven't done anything wrong. There's nothing for you to fix with your person. The love is still there. It'll always be there. But it sounds like with this Two of Cups upright at the bottom of the deck and the rest of these cards, you've gotten to a place in the connection where the love is at a level 10, but the skill set, the communication skills, the be with each other skills, the forgiveness skills, the honesty and transparency skills, the assuming good intent skills, love is at a level 10, but the skill set is at a level 5. And so there's not a container to hold the love in this space. And so as a function of there being a lack of container to hold the love, things have broken. Universe has called a time out. And instead of acknowledging it and saying, okay, yes, time out, I yield. Let's take a time out. There's been a holding on. The holding on has caused more suffering. And it's just because there's been a misinterpretation of what the universe was asking you to do. Yes, the universe is saying working on it, but it's not saying work on it together. It's saying work on it solo in more deeper ways, except that there's a pause here because that's what's going to allow you to go acquire more tools and your person to acquire more tools so that this Two of Cups upright can be acknowledged. That's sitting here at the bottom of the deck. That love card can be acknowledged so that it can have an actual container to hold the love. This is a typical thing. I just want to say that to you, that you're not in a bad place. This particular type of time out is the kind of thing that happens between people who love each other very, very much, but just lack the skills to hold the love, to allow the love to be how they operate. And so what you're doing, your part of the equation right now is self-love, shoring up your foundation, your belief in yourself. Elvin, it's going to be your turn, babe. So go ahead and paste your question. I received it, your payment. Thanks, Elvin. And Lisa, you can certainly get on the list. Alita Maddox, if you'd like to as well. Yes, Sajid, you can get on the list as well if you'd like to. That's available here also. Okay. If you'd like to. So yeah, I would say, Maya, there's this you had the right idea. Oh, this got hard. I need to do some work. The difference or the distinction that you're being asked to make is how do I do my work solo? And you're doing that. And now you're taking the next step into, okay, the work is for me to focus in on my self-worth, self-esteem, shoring up my foundation. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. All right. Carmen is on the list. Thanks, Alvin. Happy belated birthday to you as well. So Maya Papaya, I just to acknowledge as in closing, I don't think that you are behind. I think it's just a matter of really digging into the work at this point. I think you've asked the perfect question for what we saw. It's just a matter of really allowing your person to go in their direction and do their side of the work. And it sounds like by the way you phrased the question you asked, you're already doing it, but there's a little bit of digging out that has to be done because there was a little bit of holding on and misunderstanding that what the universe was trying to say is let go for now. Okay. 4/20, 1994, 6:14 p.m. Okay. So you'll have to let me know, Maya Papaya, how that resonates. I'll check the payment app as soon as I'm done with Elvin. Lisa, thank you. And Black Amethyst Oracle, thank you as well. Alita, I pasted the information for you. It's pinned at the top. Follow the instructions Kylie's provided and she'll be able to guide you as well. Okay. The Leo told me all the ways I heard him. Did that just happen, the event? Did he just now tell you those things? Like right now? Okay. Okay, Janelle's just got a little lag. That's okay. Okay, so let's go on and see what Elvin asked. How is the best way for me to connect to spirit guidance in the best way? That's an interesting question because with the Virgo 12th house is where spirituality and our connection to all of that kind of inner guidance lives, 12th house and 8th house. You've got the Virgo 12th house, you've got the Taurus 8th house. When you've got Earth on these two houses of spiritual guidance, internal guidance, higher self, when you've got Earth in this placement, it's really about doing things in the corporeal third dimensional world. So exercising, walking, running, yoga. You're the kind of person who like you could be doing the dishes or driving and like messages just come in. And so I remember there was a period of time in at least American history where gas prices weren't so high, where people, and we didn't know it did as much damage to the environment to even use fossil fuels, where people would like go on a drive for meditational purposes. They would just burn gas and drive because it allowed them to get into the zone of receptivity. And so what I would recommend, especially cleaning for you, Alvin, there's a lot of people who find cleaning very meditational. What I'd recommend are some of those physical activities. You could knit, you could draw or paint, something that you uses your hands, that uses your body, that uses your five senses. The more you're able to do that, the easier it's going to be able to tap into your intuitive guidance. That's the thing that I'm seeing here for you, Elvin, is that you have to be physically in motion to be receptive to some sort of guidance. And so, you don't always have to clean. I know the Virgo energy likes to clean things, and that's okay. If cleaning is what works for you, then by all means, like jump on it. But you could do things just as easily as go for long walks. You could do things, any of the other kind of things that I mentioned, like knitting, like that kind of repetitive motion that allows you to just like get in the zone. You don't even have to be good at knitting. You could just knit for meditational purposes, like that kind of thing. That's what this looks like is necessary here. And so that's the best way for you, is to let yourself get into like walking meditation or like movement meditation of some sort. There's a practice called 5 Rhythms that is a moving meditation. I suggest you look it up online as well, because that can also help bring forward a lot of information for you as well. So yeah, I do one thing and get the other things done in the background. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Elvin. So that's the way. That's the way I see it for you. Kylie loves to clean too. Awesome. Yeah. So there are people for whom that's very healing, very meditational. I personally would like to hire you to come clean my apartment. If that's true for you, I'll pay you to meditate over here. But that's what I got for you, Miss Elvin. Thanks so much for letting me read for you, beloved. That was a beautiful question. I really appreciate that. Okay. Let's see what else we have going on here. Let me double check my payment apps and come right back to you guys. Four, 4, 3, 4, 3, 7. So if anyone would like to go deeper into the information that I've shared with them today, you can always do that by booking a private reading. Let's see, we did Elvin. Now it's going to be Lisa's turn and then Carmen. Lisa, if you could go ahead and paste your question, then we'll do Carmen. And then I don't know who this is. This looks like it's written in Hebrew, but I don't read Hebrew. I think I recognize, yeah, from Israel. Okay. Let me just see. I know Sajid said she wanted to join. Maybe this is Sajid. I don't read Hebrew, and the information for the name who made the payment is in Hebrew. So if you would be so kind as to confirm who you are. Oh, I see in the email that you have. Yeah, it's Sajid. Okay, cool. Sajid. So I'm going to do Lisa, Carmen, and then Sajid in that order. Thank you so much, the 3 of you, for jumping on the list and letting me read for you. Let's go ahead and do Lisa. Let me share the screen again. All right. Thank you, Lisa. If you could be so kind as to put the birth location, I need that to be able to create a chart. That would be great. And if birth time, if you know it. Thanks for confirming, Sajid. Alita, I don't have the Venmo available right now. If you're willing to go ahead and do the PayPal, we can hook it up, sweets. Thank you so much, Levent. Yeah. So let me just catch up a little bit here in the chat. Regards to last night, I know feeling like an option instead of the option always hurt him, but that's his fault. So I meant that, but last night caught me off guard. I'm gonna tell you what happened. We went to the Basquiat Museum and then dinner, and then there was this old guy there. I was conversing with him while the dude was in the bathroom. When he got back, he joined the convo. Turns out the guy owns art and an exhibition. So he got us a link to a show today. So he texted me a link because Leo's phone was dead. He added me on IG. I'm just thinking about the art. Oh shit. So the Leo said it was disrespectful that I kept talking to the old guy and exchanged info because he was there. It's a very Leo thing. Go on. Got it. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I mean, the vent, I don't know that I need to even walk you through all the ways in which that's some problematic behavior on your part, but I understand your perspective around it, but I also think you know enough to know why that would be hurtful at your stage of consciousness and all the conversations we've had. I think you know enough about people. I think you know enough about all of it. Okay. So I would say, I think you know what you need to do to clean it up as well. Let's go ahead and just see Lisa. I've got 827, 1965, but Lisa, I need the place. I need the, not just the place, but I also need the time if you have it, Lisa. You apologize. Okay, that's good. But you heard all the feels. I felt bad because I had no idea. I'm glad he was honest. That's a really good mirror. That's a really, really good mirror for you. All right. Where is Lisa with the rest of the information? Lisa, I see the birthday. Okay, Canada. Okay, thank you. Vancouver. So going forward, for Carmen and Sajid and anyone else I do a reading for, it would be lovely if you were to place your birth details all in one chat. Date, time, location. Don't spread it out. Keep it all together for me so that I can find it. Okay, it'll save us a lot of time. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kylie. Thank you so much, Kylie. I see you've been directing traffic around that, so thank you. I'm going to address more of that when we come back because I have been receiving payments. I've got Susan on the list. I saw Susan's payment come in, but Lisa, who I'm going to read for now, Carmen, Sajid, and then Susan in that order. And so just keep reminding people, Kylie, if you can, and the vent, if you can, that if people see a long period of time going by without any comments in the chat, then the best thing that they can do is refresh. Remind people to get current. I appreciate you guys doing that. If you're going to hang out for a little while, you don't mind doing that. And then all payments get made through PayPal. The payment information is pinned to the top. So that's what we're doing today. Lisa, let me see if I can find your question. Sajid, if you could hold your question, hold your birth details until I call your name. It's Lisa's turn now. Then I'm going to read for Carmen. Then I'm going to read for Sajid, then Susan in that order. Lisa, I'm looking for your question somewhere in this chat. I have your birth details, but looking to see what is coming up for me in my love life. Okay, fabulous. Thank you guys for being willing to direct traffic. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys for your patience. We had a different Mercury retrograde issue at the start where the screen, every time I hit share screen, nobody could see the screen but me. So that was that. All right. Let's go here. Not that one. Let's do this one. Okay. What's coming up for Lisa's love life? She's got a Cancer 7th house, and the Cancer 7th house is governed by her moon. Her moon sits in Virgo in the 8th. So you just had a very interesting transit of Jupiter opposite your moon. And that would have really asked you to look within quite a bit with an eighth house moon around, kind of what you bring to the party in terms of your shadow energy when it comes specifically to relationships, because moon is the ruler of your relationship house. This would have illuminated for you both your assets and strengths and the things you're awesome at, but it also would have illuminated for you the things that you have work to do around when it comes to relationships. This Jupiter opposite moon might have made you, it might have brought some things to light, but what I'm seeing more so is it kind of gave you maybe just a little bit of renewed hope that you can and that things will go in a good direction when it comes to your love life. And what I'm seeing furthermore is that you're coming out of a prolonged cycle of transforming the way you understand give and take inside of relationships, with Pluto coming to the tail end of Capricorn, Earth sign Capricorn. You have a new way, since like Pluto's been in Cap since 2008. Pre 2008, you had one way of understanding relationships. Now that Pluto's coming to the tail end, I want you to think back to who you were in dating, mating, and relationships pre 2008. And now I want you to think about who you are now post 2008. Or sorry, now that Pluto's at the tail end of this transit, post 2020, 21. Capricorn, first house, sign of self. Cancer, sixth house, sign of the other, the romantic other. You're in a completely new place. And this is telling me that you've been preparing. You're in the moments just before a new romantic chapter opens up in your life. This chapter looks like it opens up with you presenting yourself in some new ways, communicating in some new ways as we get into Jupiter in Aries. It looks like you're starting to dip your toe into the water just a little bit more, but it really blows a bit wide open as we get into next year. And so I certainly see there's a lot of beautiful energy here for you in the world of putting yourself out there literally right now. So if you haven't been putting yourself out there, I would do so sooner rather than later. This transit that you have going on is a beautiful energy for allowing new love in, but it's a direct function of all of the work that you've had going on prior to now. All of the things that you've done prior to now are culminating almost, this looks to me, Lisa, like a bit of like a graduation. It looks to me like you have been in one season of love that's had a particular set of lessons. A lot of them had to do with power, equal give and take. It had a lot to do with the way you hold yourself in the relationship, and getting what you need and trusting that you're always going to get what you need, that you don't have to cajole, manipulate, strain. You don't have to shut down if you're not getting what you need, that you are in a place of power in all of your relationships at all times, regardless of what the other person is doing. Okay. And so I say all of that to say this new chapter is giving you a new way of interacting with people. And in this new way, there's going to be new people. There's going to be new people who are attracted to you, drawn to you, who are coming your way. All right, Lisa, I love to see this. This is beautiful energy for you. You did get the tarot pull to go with this. Lisa wants to know what's next in love. Can you help her understand? Can we have 3 cards for Lisa? What's next in love? Yes, lots of growth and changes and knowing my worth. That's right. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Awesome. Ooh, all right. Oh, I like this. Okay, this is nice. Okay. So this is talking to me about the cycle, the process you've been through that's coming to a close now. I have the Four of Cups upright, Knight of Cups upright, and then the Nine of Swords upright. When I'm looking at this combination, this is telling me that you're leaving behind a cycle of depleting yourself. The deck that I'm using, Lisa, is the Santa Muerte Tarot. The Four of Cups upright in this deck shows a person whose heart is on the floor and who's expending ample amount of mental and emotional energy to understand why. Like, what happened here? Why is my heart on the floor? And there's a vibration and a frequency of being out of resources to this card. Like, I don't have it to give. And the card that comes right on the other side of this is the Knight of Cups. And in this deck, the Knight of Cups is riding through an archway. He's taking one last look back over his right shoulder, his masculine side, understanding why he has been where he has been, what are the choices he has made in his masculine energy that have created the outcomes he has experienced before he rides through the portal to a new beginning in the emotional arena, the cups world. The bottom, or not the bottom of the deck, the final card in this spread has been the Nine of Swords. That Nine of Swords energy in this deck shows a person with a vice around their skull with 9 different swords going through it and holding this book on their hands that seems to have maybe some answers, or maybe it's their book of life, their story. And what this is talking about is really kind of owning your story, owning what you've been through, acknowledging where you've been, but not letting your story run your show. Like, yeah, I went through that, but what I've been through isn't who I am. I'm not my worst experiences. Yes, I recognize how I had those experiences. I know how I got there. I can own my ish. And simultaneously, there's a recognition at this period of time that you're taking these lessons forward with you, but that simultaneously, there's no need to let them haunt you. You can let go of the ways they've haunted you. The lessons are written in your soul. You do not have to worry about repeating cycles here. You've learned too much. You've come too far. You're entering a new chapter. There isn't a repetition of the old pain. Planets are saying you're moving into a new chapter. Cards are saying we acknowledge it, we see it. She's learned the hard way about a lot of some of the things she's been through and the choices she's co-signed. And now she's in a place where she can let go and move to the new place. There's no way for her to repeat those same lessons because she is now a different person than the one she was when the lessons came in. Right? Once you learn that 3 times 4 is 12, you never forget it. Once you learn it, it's written in you. You'll never look at that equation again and not know what it means. Okay. Carmen, it's your turn. Carmen, please. Your cue. Okay, let me catch up to what's going on here in the chat, beloveds. Okay, back here, I see Lisa, I see Kylie, Maya. That still didn't work for me. It completely cut out. Maya, what happened? I completed your reading. What happened? Hang tight for Mercury retrograde, friend. Maya, what's the problem, hun? I completed your reading. You just need to go back to listen to it. Alita Maddox says, I sent the Venmo to KMD177. Okay, let me look. That is my Venmo, but it wasn't available for today. I might have accidentally pasted it, but let me look and confirm, sweetie. Because I saw that in the comments. Kylie, thanking people for being patient. Yes, Kylie, big up. Thank you for really sorting traffic here. Hey, Alita, I have it here. Thank you. So we'll do you as well. We'll add you to the list, sweetness. Thank you so much. But yeah, We're doing the PayPal today. I have your payment here. Carmen is next. So Carmen, if you could go ahead and paste your questions. Kylie is confirming what I basically just said. Lisa says, yes, lots of growth and changes and knowing my worth. Very good. K is good for any payments. You are right about that, Kylie. I absolutely am. Thank you again, Kylie, for directing traffic. Maya Papaya says it jumped from JB to the end of my tarot. Even in the replay, it did not record my full reading. Maya, what you may need to do, because it can't compress and put everything in sequential order while it is live, that's an issue with YouTube. You may not be able to do this until I am completed the video and the video has fully compressed. It's done being live. Maya, I intend to be live for at least another 2 to 3 hours, potentially more. Here's what my strong recommendation would be. I would take a look at the timestamp where you had come in. Let me just see if I can, where you saw JB. JB, I just did maybe 20 minutes ago. I came on at 10 a.m. It is now 1:48. So I've been on for 2 hours and 3, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12 to 1. I've been on for 3 hours and 48 minutes, Maya Papaya. And so it did record your full reading, but because there was some sort of lag going on where you weren't current when I was doing it, you will need to wait until the totality of this video compresses and uploads, and then come back likely later on this evening to fast forward to the 2-hour 48-minute mark, and then listen for your reading there. Maya, just to offer you a couple of more clues when you come back for it, when you're looking for it and listening in and looking at the people's names on the charts, when you come back, Maya, I want you to write down what I'm about to say right now. You are, just before you was Catherine Bond, Caitlyn, MY, and Janelle. So if you see Catherine, Caitlyn, MY, or Janelle, you're after that. But if you see Alvin or Lisa or Carmen, you've gone too far, okay? So you're in between Janelle and Alvin, all right? But you will need to wait, unfortunately. The chat works that way, the video stream works that way. If you have missed something, it really only allows you to go back so far before you have to wait until the entire video compresses to be able to see certain spots on that video. Okay, Maya. So let's stay in touch about this. My email is crystalistmoon@gmail.com. And if for some reason, let's just say there is some kind of Mercury retrograde glitch and you've gone through and you found your way after the video is fully compressed and you've gone back to your spot and you don't see it, what I want you to do is just email me and let me know. But I'm going to leave the responsibility for it to you. And going forward, anytime you're in the chat with me, and this goes for anyone listening now, two things are true. If you pay to get on the list, the best bet is to just stay in the room. Don't leave, don't go anywhere, because issues like this can happen. I don't know that Maya left. She may have just had a lag. Always make sure you're current in the chat. And the way you can tell is that little red line at the bottom of your YouTube screen should not have a ball at the end of it on the right side. It should actually say live next to the mute button and the play button for you. If it doesn't say live, you're behind in the chat and something like this has the potential to happen. So just hang in there, Maya. It may be that you're just going to be in a better space from a divine perspective to hear the messages after the live is complete. But you have my email, crystalistmoon@gmail.com. You have the timestamp for it. You know who came before you and after you, so you know how to find it. You should be able to find your way with this. All right. All right, Miss Carmen, let's have it, baby. I think, Carmen, you might be Miss Black Amethyst Oracle. Right on. Susan, I see you're here. So here's who's after Carmen. We're going to do Sajid, then we're going to do Susan, then we're going to do Alita. So if you guys could hang tight, thank you again for your patience. I deeply appreciate it. We're going to read for Miss Carmen, and then we're going to go ahead on to Sajid. Sajid, please get ready. All right. You're welcome, Maya Papaya. It's such a cute name. Norfolk, Virginia. I love that screen name, like MY said. Okay, 4/28, 1972. Okay, and we have 3:48 p.m. Awesome. Okay. Sweetness. Let's get it on. All right, Miss Carmen says, I know I must work on healing my childhood wounds, and I am and have been actively trying, but the romantic relationships I find myself wanting most, including one currently, always bring too much inconsistency, non-committal energy, resulting in instant anxiety, then pain. I'm hoping to find a peaceful, loving oasis waiting in my birth chart. Oh, Carmen. Okay, got it. I'm getting a smoothie in your honor. Carmen, some of why this is going on, I see this in your chart. Let's go ahead and share screen, make sure that you could see. Carmen, if you could just confirm that that now you can see your chart here, that would be very helpful because we did have that technical issue earlier. Here's what I got going on for you, beloved. The issue for you is Chiron in your seventh house of committed partnership. And frankly, sitting a little bit close to your Mercury, which can lend to a bit of flighty energy, and the fact that you have an Aries seventh house. When I see all of this together, there can be a lot of challenges in the world of dating, mating, and relating and love. Especially because you also have Mars, the ruler in that seventh house in the sign of the twins, Gemini. Whenever Gemini is involved in seventh house matters in any capacity, the ruler of the seventh house is Gemini, or the ruler of the seventh house sits in Gemini. What you have is a seventh house where you have a duality kind of energy happening at its lowest octave. At its highest octave, it is a highly, highly communicative energy. It's an energy that needs a lot of communication in order to thrive and survive. And so where there's been lack of communication or confusion has been allowed to reign, or you've been a little like, I don't know what he's doing, I'll just wait and see. You'll see that kind of black and white duality, polaric kind of energy will play out for you. And so what I think is going on here is that you're being called to pay attention to two things. One, your own need for independence. Because with the Aries seventh house, the one thing I know, even though you want love deeply, you want love, the one thing I know you'll never abide is a person who smothers you. You would rather be alone than be smothered. With your Scorpio moon, your Libra rising, Pluto on your rising sign, there's nothing about you that prefers codependency. There's nothing about you that prefers enmeshment or that prefers people to be all up under you when they and expect you to be with them when they aren't even willing to be with themselves. There is something about that kind of behavior I know you find repugnant in your soul. And so one of the things I suspect may have been happening is a bit of like, well, I don't want to look codependent. And so you give a lot of space, but that space may not always come with the communication that other people need to know for sure that you are actually interested. So there may be a bit of miscommunication going on between you and these people who you find interesting. They may not get it that you actually find them interesting. And so they wander off. They're like, oh, she's not into me. Maybe sometimes you do express it, but it's coming without any of like the emotional pieces. It's coming through a lot of thoughtfulness. It's coming through air. So because your emotional energy is not fully online, they're struggling to connect fully to you. Intellectually, you're cool, you're interesting, you're a cool person to hang out with, but because your emotions aren't in there, there's nothing for them to connect with from the heart center. And so some of what you're being asked to learn here is how to have a little courage, how to have a little faith in yourself, to share yourself fully with other people, to let them know you, let them see your heart, let them understand who you are. I see you're a beautiful person with tons of intuition. But the other issue I'm seeing here, and we can do a deep dive on this in a 30-minute session, I'm not going to be able to get to it all, is that with all the fixed energy here, sun, moon, fixed sign, Pluto on your chart, horizon, Pluto represents control, you're going to have to be willing to give up control. It's just not going to always, the way the unfoldment between you and another person goes, you're going to have to let them lead sometimes in the dance, Carmen. And so that's what I'm seeing here has been a bit of a challenge, is that learning how to let other people lead, learning how to share yourself and be vulnerable while simultaneously, and not retreating, while simultaneously not letting people, not being so repulsed by people trying to get close that you completely close up. Finding your balance in that is the challenge for you. Let's have some messages for Carmen when it comes to her love life. What does she need to do to be able to open the flow of love and connection, deep connection? Okay. What does Carmen need to do to open the flow of deep connection? Welcome, Mara. Love to read for you. I have a list going on. The way that you get on the list is by using the payment information in the linked comment at the top of your chat. You'll see it in blue. You can utilize PayPal 2525 for a single chart, one question reading. I'm pulling tarot now. That's 3535 if you want the chart and the tarot. Links are above. I'm going to go ahead and read here for three cards here for Miss Carmen. Carmen, what's Carmen need to know to bring balance into her love life? Carmen wants to have love. She's had a tough time. What does she need to understand? This is interesting. Wow. Okay. Wow. This is big, Carmen. And I did see that the eclipses are happening on top of your sun and moon this year with that Taurus sun and the Scorpio moon. I'm not surprised by what I am seeing here. We've got Temperance upright. Wow. And they're all in progression. Temperance upright, the Devil reversed, the Tower upright. These are all major arcana, which are telling me that the hand of divine intervention is on your life at this moment. Because the hand of divine intervention is on your life at this moment, likely through this eclipse cycle, given the timing of you talking through or having this experience, this is telling me that you, and what's interesting is Temperance is card number 14. The Devil is card number 15. The Tower is number 16. There's a progression here that's letting me know that you're moving through and to a higher level of understanding when it comes to the way you've operated in love. There's a transcendence here, but this transcendence comes through acknowledging your own hand in the way that your love life has played out. That Devil reversed, thank God it's reversed, is letting me know that you're coming to some clarity. about your own participation in the reasons why your love life has been going the way it's going. And because it's reversed and because the tower is upright, not only are you recognizing it, owning and acknowledging it, you are making the necessary changes. And if you're not making them with all this major arcana, the universe sure as hell is. You're making the necessary changes in order to be able to have the transcendence beyond the problems, to be able to transcend beyond who you've been so you can get different results. You know, it's an interesting thing. When we start to transform and shift who we are and how we show up, other people start to respond to us differently. Think of it like this. This is going to be a really crude example. Imagine that there is someone that, you know, maybe you're in a class with a bunch of other students, and every single day they come in and they have a bit of a stink to them. There's a little bit of body odor to them. And the body odor really just doesn't smell great. Nobody wants to be around it. People kind of cover their mouths when they have to be near that person. People come early or late to class so they don't have to sit next to that person because they can see that stink. In other words, that energy, they can smell it before they can see it. And so they sense it and then they back off. They're like, can't be around that today. Now imagine that this person, I don't know, something shifts in their body chemistry. They find a doctor that can help them resolve the BO problem. They're using deodorant in a different way. All right. All of a sudden, that person doesn't stink anymore. All of a sudden, you can notice, wow, that person actually dresses really well. Oh, wow. A few months go by and you can stand to have conversations with this person continuously. Wow, their eyes are really beautiful. Wow, their heart is really beautiful. Wow, I actually love being around this person. The evolution is here. And it's not to say you're a person with BO. That's not it. But all of us, every person in this chat, every person on planet Earth, because of our conditioning that we have come through from our family of origin, the school systems we grew up in, we all have our own equivalent to that BO. We all have our own equivalent of a vibration or a frequency or a behavior pattern that just has other people back off. And what this spread is telling me, temperance, upright, devil, reversed, hallelujah, tower, is you've got insight, you've got clarity. You now know why people back off from you. You now know why things don't work. You have, I mean, I don't know what happened here that gave you that illumination, but something happened that showed you, that freed you from Carmen jail when it comes to relationships. And we should all be so grateful to have that illumination that you just got. We should all be praying for that day to come so that because we are ready to, let me put it this way. You've wanted relationship long enough, that you've looked within long enough, that you've gotten the insight you need to no longer have people back away from you unconsciously. You have the consciousness now, and the universe is bringing it to you now. If you don't know it now, you will by the end of this eclipse cycle. You have the consciousness now to understand precisely why things have gone the way they've gone and exactly what you need to change to get some different results. If we want different outcomes, we have to put in different inputs. You, my friend, have been given the divine gift of different inputs. So you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. And yeah, I mean, congratulations on getting the insight and the clarity, because this is the place where we all desire to be. Like, if there's just one thing that I could fix that would make my relationships go well, tell me what it is, source. Tell me what it is. It looks like you got that gift. And now you're ready to move into a new relationship chapter at this time. So congratulations. Quantum leaps don't also come without quantum change. That's a fact. Okay, I can feel it. Beautiful. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Happy to have read for you. Sajid, it is your turn. Your turn, your turn. Awesome. So we're going to read for Sajid, then I'm going to do Susan and then Alita in that order. The list is indeed open. So if you would like to get on it, this is the way to do it. Just pasting it in the chat here. There you go. That is really sweet. It is really sweet. I mean, it's hard to face certain difficult truths, and sometimes the universe will withhold some of those truths from us because we're just not ready. Like our consciousness level couldn't handle it. But this is telling me that you've gotten the awareness, the consciousness level is there. You've surrendered enough to be able to be open to that kind of feedback from life. The lights are on. It's like, oh, okay, this is what I got to do. This is the one thing I've got to do. Yo, then if this is the one, I'm doing it. There's no turning back from that type of major arcana energy. Reading on fire today. Okay. What do you mean, Event? What do you mean by that? Like, there's just a lot of people in the chat. There's a lot of people in the chat, but I'm curious. Give me my compliments. I will take them all. Feed me, feed me, feed me. Love me, love me, love me. Just kidding. It's been a good day for channeling, but there's just been a lot of good energy shifts. All right, let me see. Sajid, let me find what's going on with your details. Hey, Gemma, welcome. Deli Tarot, welcome. Oh, thank you for being here. Welcome, guys. Okay, Sajid, Mara, welcome. You can definitely jump on the list if you would like to do that. I'd be happy to read for you. The payment information is above, pinned in the blue comment at the top of your chat. And if you would like to do it, I'm going to read for Sajid now, and then I'm going to read for Susan and then Alita. Okay. This is Tiberias, Israel on July 13, 1974, 12:00 p.m. Okay. Okay, I want to understand what's going on my twin journey. It's been 6 years, and also some inspiration where I am going. That is a bit broad. I think I saw Kylie asked you to be more specific. That's correct. Thank you, Kylie. Yes, thank you, Kylie. Love or money, exactly. Let's see. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. So great to have you. I'll check the payment apps as soon as I'm done with Miss Sajid. Sajid, I need to know what you want me to look at. Let me just see. Open the stream to love and money. Okay, interesting. Okay, at this point in your life, I'm just going to go with this because in your case, they are actually connected. They're not always connected for many people, but your seventh house of earned income, sorry, your seventh house of earned income. No, say that again. Try again, Kay. Your second house of earned income. Yes, and your seventh house of committed partnership. Whew, got it out. Second and seventh are both governed by signs that are both ruled by the planet Mars. Aries is ruled by Mars. The ancient ruler of Scorpio is Mars. And with Mars being the planet that governs both your romantic sector and your financial sector, in your case, now this isn't the case for everyone, but it is the case for you. When you have Mars ruling both, when things happen in one place, they kind of all automatically happen in the other place. When things open in one place, they open in the other. When they close in one place, they close in the other. And so for you, in order to get the best of love and money in this lifetime, you're going to have to honor your Mars placement. Mars sits in the 11th house in Leo. That 11th house is all about your hopes, wishes, and dreams. Mars itself is your ambition, your drive, your get up and go get it energy. And Leo is all about self-love. It's your self-creativity, self-manifestation energy. In order for things to open up in the world of love and money, this is telling me that you need to get two things. You need to get very clear with the specifics of what you want in love and with money. And then the second thing you need to do is you have to be able to get into a place of follow through with it. You need to start acting. You've got the kind of 7th house and the kind of 2nd house where things don't just come to you. You've got the kind of houses that require you to get up and go get it. And if you are waiting in a more feminine energy to just receive and just allow, and you don't have these kind of 7th and 2nd houses, romance and love sectors. You have the kind of romance and love sectors that says you get what you receive, what you go get. What happens to you is what you manifest and create. What you're able to have and what you're able to experience in love and money is precisely what you foster through your actions. Mars is action. And so if you're having experiences in the world of love or money that you're not enjoying, this is the hard thing, but it's also the key thing. The hard truth here is that with Mars as ruler of these houses, you're getting precisely what your behavior has facilitated. No more, no less. When Aries, Mars is the ruler of any of this stuff, what you're getting in that house is a direct reflection of your own behaviors in a lot of ways, because these are houses that can be manifested as opposed to houses that you come with. A house that you come with is like your family. You can't recreate them, but you can create the kinds of experiences you have in love. Your family's already baked in. And so that's the hard thing about this, is really owning like, wow, okay, what's happening in my money sector is a direct reflection of all actions I've taken up to this point. Damn, I don't like it. Okay, well, what other actions, what new actions can I take? And if you don't know actions, it's a great time to learn from someone who does, like a business mentor or something like that. Okay, now in the world of that 7th house, same truth, same, nugget of wisdom here is what has to be faced. What's happening in the world of my relationships is a direct reflection of actions I have taken up to now. Damn, I don't like it. Okay, so what do I have to do? If I don't like it, I have to take different actions. These for you are areas of your life that are always going to be under your control, which is a blessing and a curse with that Mars energy there. Because it's under your control, that means you can change it to be whatever you want it to be, but you have to get really good at being in control and recognize where in a blind spot, maybe there's been some abdication of choice and going along to get along and those kinds of things. So here's what I want to leave you with. There's a lot of divine intervention coming for you, Sajid. As we finish the Scorpio-Taurus eclipse cycle next year, we open up into the Aries-Libra eclipse cycle. And this Aries-Libra eclipse cycle is going to impact your 7th house to the max. And it's going to bring the hand of divine intervention to operate also in your favor when it comes to relationships. And so this is going to, as you're applying yourself between now and then, put a lot of wind in your sails, put a lot of wind at your back so that the universe is helping you in any effort you put in to improve these areas of your life. It's like the universe matches that effort twofold, tenfold in that kind of way. And so I want you to hang in there, but I also want you to really start to think through, do some self-reflection. What actions have I taken that have gotten me to this location? What actions could I try that could get me to a different destination? That's the work for you here, okay? Oh my goodness, beautiful reading there. Hard truth, but liberating truth. That's what that was. Hard truth, but liberating truth. Okay, let me see what's going on here in the payment apps. Give me a moment to catch up. And Susan, you are next. So if you could be so kind as to please paste your question, that would be lovely. After Susan, I'm going to read for Alita. Both Susan and Alita, I'd like to thank you for your patience. It's been wonderful to have you here, and I'm excited to read for you. Come on, internet, go gadget, internet. We're going to read for Susan, then Alita. Let me just double check what other payments have come in. So if you're new, welcome. I'm checking my payment app now to see if you've made payment, then I will add you to the list. Okay, so Susan has 2 questions here. All right, I see Susan twice, back to back. And then the next payment that came in was Alita, then Crystal. I have Crystal here. Thank you so much. And then I also have Teresa. Teresa, thank you so much as well. I have you on the list. Thank you all for your patience. Thrilled to be able to read for you. Thank you so much. Let me just refresh one more time. Have a little water here. And I'm going to come back to the chat and see what Susan's question is and share the screen. Okay, so Susan, here we go. Hello, Marie recognizes Inspector Gadget. Yes, it's old school. Maybe dates me a little, but who cares? Inspector Gadget was like a favorite show. He was such a problem solver. Go Gadget arm, if only. Right now I'm like, go Gadget heart. Like, please, we have to go a little bit further here. So heart, hang in there. Okay. Welcome, Teresa. Okay, definitely have you. Hi, K-Moon. Mine and Maya Papaya's readings were spliced. I didn't hear the very ending of my tarot pull. Got it. It got jumbled up with her reading Janelle because it says JB and not Janelle. I don't want to confuse anyone. No, I know it's you, JB. So I explained this earlier for Maya because Maya had the same question. If you would just give me a moment, for those of you who are on the list and waiting, let me just say this for Maya. I mean, not for Maya, but for JB. Sometimes when you're live, you can only scroll back so far fully. And there will be pieces of information that either didn't get recorded. If you're trying to access it from the live, it doesn't seem like it got recorded. It did get recorded, but you won't be able to know that until the recording completely compresses and you're able to watch it later. I intend to be live probably for another couple of hours. at this time. I may stop sooner, but after the live is done, it can still take another 2 hours after that for everything to fully compress in appropriate sequence. So what I'm going to recommend that you do is come back once this is complete later on tonight and have a listen for it then. I was explaining to Maya that she was 2 hours and 48 minutes in roughly. So slide your status bar when you come back and listen to the 2 hour and 48 minute mark. Janelle, just before you, there was Catherine Bond, Caitlyn C, and MY. So if you see any of their charts, you want to make sure to scrub forward a little bit more. After you, as you know, it was Maya, then Elvin, then Lisa. So if you see any of their charts, you want to rewind back. Okay, but you're going to have to wait till I'm done here to be able to slide back and forth in time. Even if you were to slide all the way back to the beginning now, for anyone who's listening, you're not going to be able to hear the very start of this live stream. You're going to have to wait. So give this a chance to let YouTube do its thing, let it fully compress. And if for some reason, let's just say it's a Mercury retrograde glitch, no problem. Here's my email. I'm happy to cover it for you, chrysalismoon@gmail.com. Email me tomorrow after you have checked, and I'll have the opportunity to work it out with you then. All right. But for now, just try to stay patient. And if you're able to, have a little faith that the message is meant to be re-listened to at a later time and not at this time for some divine purpose that may yet be unknown to us. Okay. Thank you so much, JB. Email me tomorrow for some reason when you re-listen to the full recording, you don't have it. All right. All right. So Susan, let's see. Okay, got it. Let me just see. Let me just refresh because my chat looks like it's delayed. Let me just refresh and make sure that it is not delayed. And for anyone just joining, welcome in. Okay. Okay, luminary guidance. Give me 1 second. You'll have to confirm for me your name. Because right now I have Susan twice, Alita, then Crystal, then Teresa. Now we're back onto the list. All right. Okay. So Susan, I see 12/30, 1955, Chicago. No birth time. 12/30, 1955. Okay, got it. Then Susan goes on to say, oh, thank you, Teresa. Oh, I'll tell Charlotte, thank you. Okay. Susan says, is he ready to make the changes he has talked about in his life, especially in regards to relationship and work? I don't know if he's ready to, but I can certainly tell you that with these eclipses happening on his axis of manifestation in the sign of Scorpio, hitting his Mars, hitting his Saturn, Mars being ambition, Saturn being discipline, I definitely see the universe prompting him to. I definitely see this is one of those moments where he's getting a swift kick in the pants in specifically those areas of life. Just what am I trying to manifest? What are my hopes, goals, wishes, and dreams? How do I want my life to go? Mars ambition, Saturn being discipline and focus and follow through. That combination is well placed in his chart, and simultaneously, he's got them in the sign of Scorpio, which can be as a fixed sign, one of the fixed signs, it can be a little bit stubborn, a little bit slow to change, but when they change, it's like overnight. It's like lightning quick. When they realize that there's a change that has to be made and they're ready to do it, it's night and day. It's like, that was then, this is now, new me who this. It's that kind of thing, Susan, where you're going to find that when he is ready to make the change, it's going to happen really, really, really quickly. But I see that what's happening right now is the universe has been through the eclipse cycle priming the pump. Eclipses are also hitting his natal Venus, and this Venusian energy in his money house is helping him get some insights about what he needs to do to make his money work for him. I also see these eclipses hitting his Ceres energy and illuminating where he may have been a little stop start off on with himself when it comes to how he thinks of himself and his self-esteem, hitting his natal Pluto in that 8th house, helping him really realize what's been happening in the world of debt and money owed, and kind of the way the rest of the world has valued him, where he needs to step into self-possession and self-ownership, so that he can really own his own power in his life and not be a victim to other people or circumstance. All of this is really beautiful energy. Like I said, I see the eclipses are facilitating a huge priming of the pump for him. I'm seeing that this priming of the pump is bringing, what I mean by that, circumstances are unfolding that you may or may not be aware of, Susan, that are turning on the lights for him about what has to change, why it has to change, and why now. And so because of this, Susan, it is not, let me put it this way. The changes you're not going to be able to see. It's like planting a seed. You put the seed in the ground, and the first thing it does is the shell cracks. And then after the shell cracks, little shoots come out for roots. And then the roots develop thoroughly. And it's a long time before you see a shoot come out above ground. But if you can allow this man the space and the universe, it's, space to do what it's going to do, I don't see how he could not change with the transits that I'm seeing here. It'd be really difficult for him to not change with this information, Susan. So, will he? He still gets free will. He may not necessarily like a tap on the shoulder. He sounds like he knows what he needs to do, but he may prefer a 2x4. Some people do. Some people do. He has free will in this. Will he change? I see the universe is poking him to. It'd be nice if he went with the little tap on the shoulder. Okay. So let's get into your first tarot. And then Susan, if you would be so kind as to go ahead and paste your next question, that would be great. What's Susan need to know about her person and the season of change the eclipse are bringing? He said he wanted to make some changes. Susan's wondering if they're going to happen. Oh, the cards haven't even come out yet. And source is already telling me, Susan, some of why you're looking for the change has a lot to do with the fact that you want to know which way to move in your life. And the message I'm just intuitively getting is that you need to focus on your chart and your moves at this time. And I think that's what your second question was, and not wait for him. But let's see what the tarot has to say. And it's not that you're not open to him, but I'm being shown you need to not wait for him to change before you make the changes you need to make. I don't know what's going on in your chart. We're about to find out, but this is showing me just vibrationally, there's a separative, the vibration that's coming through is that old phrase that teachers used to say in school, eyes on your own test, class. Eyes on your own test. That's the frequency I'm picking up as I'm shuffling for you. But let's get into the tarot. Susan wants to know if her person is going to make changes that he's talked about wanting to make. Will these happen? What came out was 3 of Swords reversed, 3 of Pentacles reversed, Queen of Wands upright. Damn if I didn't call it. Okay, let me see. Is there another interpretation here though? Is there another way for Susan to understand this information? For me to relay it to her? Okay, so there's two pieces of information that are coming through with this. Three of Swords reversed, Three of Pentacles reversed, Queen of Wands upright. On the one hand, I'm seeing you coming out of a period of heartbreak and maybe some codependence as it pertains to this person, because Three of Pentacles reversed, they weren't doing anything. There was a knowledge and awareness of what needed to be done to work together in the connection. There's three people working together to build something on the Three of Pentacles card, but in reverse, the building wasn't happening. And so I see you coming out of a period of heartbreak as this has unfolded, because you're acknowledging that, okay, he's not working with me. And I was devastated about that, but I've acknowledged the truth. He's not working with me. I'm coming out of devastation about that. And you're stepping into the Queen of Wands upright energy here, which is an energy talking about coming back to the magic of your own manifestation and calling forward through your creativity what you want to experience, whether he changes or not. There's certain things in your world that you've wanted, that you want to experience, that you've named and claimed for yourself, that are going to be the same things that you want, whether this man comes around, fixes things, doesn't fix things, you still want the same things. It's like this. Listen, I'm in the mood for seafood tonight. Okay, well, I'm going to be late from work. So, babe, if I'm late from work, do you still want seafood? Yes, I still want seafood. Whether you show up at 3 o'clock or you show up at 9 o'clock, I still want seafood. And so the universe is trying to push you a bit in his change or non-change to get focused again, Queen of Wands upright, on the power in your own hand to make things that you want to have happen, regardless of when he shows up, changes, doesn't change or not. Because there are certain things for you that I'm feeling as I'm looking at this spread. It's eminent, like not eminent, but it's an energy of like, I know I want these things regardless. Like, why am I waiting? Like, I need to go ahead and build these things, make these things. That's how this is reading. All right. So hopefully that's a message that provides some illumination and clarity for you. I certainly acknowledge that the devastation, that Three of Swords reversed, that devastation was real. And it's when you have to go through that energy, it's hard to move forward, but I'm seeing you come out of it and prepare to move forward. Okay, so now you want to read for yourself with your second read. Thank you so much, Susan. Alita, if you would get ready, I would love to see your question in the chat next. Alita, I'm going to do you right after I do Susan's second question. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. (8:30, 1955). Okay, no birth time for Susan. Let me make sure I have this right. 8:30:55, Milwaukee. Okay, no birth time, no problem. Let me see what Susan's asking for her second question, please. Universe has pretty much taken a 2x4 to him this year. Yeah, I get that. I see it there in his chart for sure. Susan, where is your question? I don't see it here. What does my chart show? I see it here. What does my chart show in love? And am I ready to hold my self-love and boundaries in a love relationship? Only you can answer that second part of the question. Am I ready? That's a free will. What people are going to do and not going to do, that's a free will thing. In the world of love and relationship, what I'm seeing in terms of growth opportunities for you and lessons for you, Susan, has a lot to do with Jupiter through your 7th house. This is expansion and growth in the arena of love. But what's your natal chart like? Normally, that's an opportunity. Mutable energy, earth energy. Got it. Okay. So through water, where's the earth energy at? It's in Virgo. Okay. Lots of Virgo placement. How can I assess this? Am I ready to hold my self-love and boundaries? And Neptune is the ruler of the 7th, and Jupiter is the ruler of the 7th. We had Neptune in Libra, Jupiter in Leo for you. You know, this is really interesting because on the one hand, I'm seeing there's a lot of star card energy here for you, Susan, around your 7th house matters this year. Like there's a lot of hope invested in a bright new future. If I'm being honest, I see that hope, I see that beautiful energy. I see that kind of like, hey, something beautiful can happen here. What I'm seeing is necessary for you though, and what's happening, some of what's happening the last several years, you're coming through, you're in the tail end of a really painful transit. There's some hard truths that have had to have been faced. These hard truths for you have been about your personal power, Saturn opposite Pluto. They've been about where you place your faith, hope, and optimism. Saturn opposite Jupiter. Is this wishful thinking? Is this reality? There's been some hard truths specifically about your needs and what needs you have that are just non-negotiable, and which needs have been showing up from a place of, well, this didn't get fulfilled in my childhood, so I absolutely need it now. That's utilizing your future and your present in order to make up for things that have been in your past. And so last year, there would have been some real light bulbs on about that for you. And those light bulbs on that have, like recognizing like, damn, this wound has been causing me to use other people to fill my cup, chase, grab, like settle for things that aren't appropriate for me. There's been some realizations about that for you. And at this time, what you're being asked to do as the next step is to honor your truth in the world of relationship. Honor what you have come to realize about your power, your needs, who you are, what your healing process requires. That's what you're being asked to do at this time, is to really deeply focus on, okay, like I see where my person is, that's fine, but honor where it's not a match. And really, again, there's that vibration that I was getting when I shuffled for you last time. Eyes on your own test class. That's kind of the message that's coming in. It's like, your person has some work to do. Universe is really handing it to them, as you acknowledged here. You don't need to be a part of that. You don't even need to worry about how they're going to do that. Not only do you not need to worry about any of that, but there's this like recognition of you have your own work to do. You have your own homework. And if you're worried about what he's doing and is he going to do it and when, this is not a group project, is what the universe is telling me. That's what this is telling me, that this is not a group project. This is a You do your parts, they do their parts, and you two meet up on the road ahead. And this is further amplified by the tarot card pool that I have for this question, Susan. Alita, please go ahead and get your question ready. Okay, great. Looks like you may have pasted. This tarot card spread, it's interesting because this just validates what I was just telling you. In the pull you had for him, the Queen of Wands showed up and she was upright. In the pull I have for you, the King of Wands shows up. He's upright. The counterparts are here. The connection is validated and solid. The both of you are upright in it. But what's happening is because you didn't show up in the same spread, this is telling me that you have your work to do. He has his work to do. Both of you have stepped into honoring the divinity of the connection. And it's time for each of you to do your own thing, work your own magic. Bottom of the deck, Hierophant upright, Light Seers Tarot. This is a stairway to heaven and a recognition that you're already on the path. The challenges that you're facing when I'm looking at this is Magician reversed, Five of Wands on your side. When I see the Magician reversed, Five of Wands reversed, there's a recognition here that your efforts to make things right in this connection up until this point have not worked. And not only have they not worked, but it almost looks like the harder you have tried, the worse things have gotten in some ways. Like it's created complications that were not previously there. And so what this is telling me is that you just need to kind of stay in your own energy, let him be in his, take your hands off the steering wheel. Magician, major arcana, the divine has stepped in. It's got this. This is telling me that you need to, and I don't think you're really doing that. I'm not picking up that you're doing this intentionally. I'm not picking up that you're doing this because you're a controlling type of person. I'm picking up that you're just trying to, the two-legged sack race with another person where your leg is inside the sack and their leg is inside the sack, but each of you have a free leg. You've been trying to make it work that way. And the universe is like, it's going to work better if the two of you get out of the freaking sack. And so this has been a bit of a moment in time of recognizing, yes, the connection is eternal. Yes, we'll always be connected. It's etheric. Yes, it is in a place of, it's on track with both the Queen and the King upright, but you personally, because this is your question, your chart, your reading, Susan, not your person, you personally, the divine is kind of swatting your hand gently and saying, that's my job. Get out of there. Take your hands off the steering wheel. That's my job. So there's a little bit of that vibration and frequency to this. And I think you already knew it. Like, okay, I've tried everything. Nothing's working. I do know he has his own stuff to do. Is he going to do it or not? I think you've gotten to that clarity. And this is just confirming for you that you need to not worry about it. Let the universe surprise you and bring forward some new information, some new energy while you stay focused on what you can control on your side of things, which is that there are certain manifestations that you personally want, regardless of whether or not he ever figures it out or when he figures it out, you're still going to want what you want. And there's a way for you to manifest and create that at this time. And you can trust that if the universe is working with him, it's also working with you to make those things come to fruition and to put your focus in that place so that you can take advantage of the benefit of universal energy showing up. All right. Thank you so much for letting me read for you, Susan. It's been a lot of interesting information like coming through today for people around like the nuance of accountability in their connections when connections aren't necessarily going the way we want them. There's like this, I'm finding that the eclipses are really bringing in some honesty, some light bulbs, some real truths that otherwise would have been, we would have missed if the eclipses hadn't like grabbed us by the shoulders and shoved us in front of the mirror and said, I'm gonna need you to look at this and deal with it. You see that spinach between your teeth? I'm gonna need you to take it out. And there's been a bit of like, oh my God, there's spinach between my teeth. There's been a bit of that going on. So thank you very much. Really resonates. You're welcome, Susan. I'm glad it did. Let me go back and see if I can find Alita somewhere in here, because it is now Alita's turn. Okay, I found you, Alita. Thank you so much for your patience. After I do Alita, then I'm going to do Crystal, then Teresa. And I don't think I have any other. Oh, I do. Hang on. I have Miss Kelly. I'll check the payment apps after I do Crystal. Or sorry, after I do Alita. Okay. We're going to do that. Kelly, I see yours came in, but there might be someone who came in just before you, but know that I clocked it. I just need to fully check the apps correctly. And I'll do that after I finish here with Alita. All right, Miss Alita, thank you for your patience. As I mentioned, my birth date is 8/11/2003 and Bellingham, Washington, 9 a.m. Okay, great. Washington, thank you all for your patience. Those of you who are waiting patiently on the list. I am excited to read for you. If you could be so kind as to just hang out so that there's no lag in the chat when it comes to your turn, that would be amazing. All right, let me see here. I've got Alita going on. Question is, I feel like my life has been stagnant since me and my ex broke up. Got it. I had a huge tower moment in my life late winter and we separated. What month late winter, Alita? That's going to be important. If you could please share what month late winter, I'd appreciate that. So I'm wondering why my life has been stagnant since then. Alita, because I crave change so desperately, but nothing is happening. Okay, where's Alita? Okay, got it. Okay. All right, Miss Alita. Let me see why things may have been stagnant. If you could just let me know what month you and your person split, that would be great. My suspicion around this, early November. Okay. Early November was a solar eclipse. So there was a new cycle opening. 11/20/21. Let's get out into that, the end of the first week. Yeah. Okay, Alita. The reason why things have felt a little stagnant is because you're in a season of internal reconstruction as opposed to external building. What's interesting about this, Alita, is when I look, what I'm seeing is Saturn sitting directly on top of your moon. And so for a person like you, I see Gemini at the midheaven. I see Leo in the 11th house. I see you're outgoing, you're social, you like to do stuff, build stuff, create stuff, work with people. Like you may be shy, but you're not introverted, or you can reverse that if you like. There's an energy here in your chart of like wanting to get out there and like make your splash in the world. Like you're not a shrinking violet. And so with Saturn sitting on top of your moon, your power to be able to do that is checked. It's reined in. And the reason why it would be reined in this way is because there's some internal reconstruction that needs to happen along the 11-5 axis here. The 11-5 talks about our manifestations. It talks